Severe storms are moving back into the coverage area. It is 12:23 a.m. on this Saturday morning, and I do want to show you the radar right now because we have a strong storm moving right into northwest Arkansas. We've been looking at it for a while, and I do think that it is starting to strengthen. Here it is right here, showing some signs of rotation. And this storm used to be considerable. They did drop that tag, but still strong and severe moving into looks like more of a southerly track when compared to the storms that we saw earlier during the evening. So I do think northern Washington County, southern Benton County will see impacts from this storm. And I do want to show you the storm relative velocity right now. It's showing you these winds and showing a little bit of a circulation. Wouldn't you say so, Dan?
I mean, absolutely. And we've been looking at the QLCS tornado potential. It's definitely there. The reason we say that is you have 50 knots bulk shear, which is more than sufficient in 0 to 3 kilometer winds. Oh, you know what? This is a perfect time to show the QLCS graphic.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. Yeah. It was considerable and it dropped the hail core. So, but anyways, we got a little bit of a circulation that we're going to be watching. There is also 0 to 3 kilometer instability, Cape, that's very close to the ground. And here's the deal.
Yeah, a lot of the ingredients are there for these rotating storms. We have the wind shear, we have the instability, and we have a boundary.
And we'll do a track on this, but this is a great example here. I'm going to show you real fast. Take you through my QLCS graphic in case you're watching. So first of all, camera's not going to follow, but here's what we're going to do. This is what a QLCS is, a quasi-linear convective system. And what that is a broken line of storms or a cluster of storms. And that's exactly what we have with this cell. Now, there's going to be 3 ingredients that you use to determine the tornado potential. You look for the balanced or slightly shear dominant areas of the UDCZ. We'll get to that. This is called updraft, downdraft convergence zone. Just hold off your questions on what time this is arriving, just so you understand what is arriving. So here's that UDCZ. Hold on. Just wait. We will track it. It's a ways out. You look for 3 different areas: cold pool dominant, balanced, and shear dominant. So in the cold pool dominant area, you have air that's flowing out away from the thunderstorm. Your 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear winds have to be at least 30 knots. And the 30 knots will cause an environmental shear vorticity rotor. So that spins horizontally along the ground. The cold pool at the same time has a horizontal shear rotor too, and that spins the opposite way. So when you look at this, if the shear rotor is weaker than the cold pool rotor, guess what? Your updrafts are going to be tilted rearward, which means they will tend to be weaker, and upward updrafts that tend to be upward and rearward leaning are weaker. Now we'll go to the shear dominant region, and then we will track this storm, I promise. And it's on top of you in Kansas. Yes, it absolutely is. We'll take a break here from this and we'll show you this storm. So here's the circulation that's out ahead of it. Kansas is not in the circulation area, but we do have other areas south of that. So the circulation right now is located just to the north of Christie, southwest of Watts. And so that's going to be moving northeast, and we'll do a storm track on that on weather too.
Lincoln camera. You're already looking at it?
Yeah. Yeah, Lincoln camera, I've got it. Yep, it's looking northwest.
Silent Springs.
Yep. Oh, let me change this. Let me change the show to severe 2. Or too severe. All right, stand by.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the cell. We're going to do a 2-panel here. We're going to show the reflectivity, and we'll show the normalized rotation. Definitely co-located. It's got that appendage. It's got that look. 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear is definitely favorable. All right, let's get back to the track. We'll do a track on this. How fast is that warning going, Zach?
40 miles per hour.
Okay. And it's moving northeast.
East. It says east.
Yeah, but it's moving east-northeast.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put a track on this. We're going to go, and you're going to see that here in just a second.
Oh, the rotation tightened up.
Yep, it does. It's QLCS tornado potential. And here's the track. All right, stand by, opening it up and taking a look at it. This is the track. This is where it's headed. So these are the areas that are going to be impacted. Now, it looks like I might need to redraw that track just a little bit farther north. So, yeah, this is making its way into northwest Arkansas. That's Siloam Springs, and that's looking south. A lot of lightning with this cell. Oh, what happened there?
Oh, I just
Got off of it.
do you want to keep it on that?
Well, I was going to explain the rest, but
Way to scan.
yeah, we might need to get ready to get on.
Yeah.
This has that look. Just had a flicker, electric flicker in Kansas. It's good to know.
Is this the right page for the storm spotters?
Yes. Hit refresh. Actually, this one's a little tough to see. We'll do this one instead. To the map. It's getting tighter. Yes, it is. It is. And it's understandable why it is. All the conditions are there for tornado potential. And now it's got tornado possible. Let's just go on with this thing.
Yeah, the added tour possible. They said no signal for low level winds for anything imminent, immediate.
Yeah, but we know hooks starting to show up, rotational offerings, moderate to strong. Added a tour possible to the warning.
Yeah, if there's no programming on that matters really. We can just go on. It's got an NBA.
Yep.
All right, let's get ready.
This is the wrong one. Oh, you have the wrong palette, don't you? Okay, I'm going to close this out. Stand by, guys. We just got to get ready for TV.
Use 40 miles per hour.
I did the wrong one. Got to do weather too. All right, let me go back into this real fast. Yeah, that's got QLCS tornado potential written all over it.
Yeah.
Because that 0 to 3 kilometer cape really increased.
It doesn't have to be quite line normal.
No, it doesn't because it's 50 knots.
All right, I gotta get track.
So someone asked, are we supposed to be concerned about the rotation? Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the storm just got upgraded. Now it's tornado possible. Okay, so we're about to do coverage on TV for the storm. And looking at the camera, Siloam Springs, the camera, a whole lot of lightning. Yeah, things will take off. About to go live. Lowell. I think this circulation will go to the north of Lowell. But this line looks to be line normal. So if you live in Lowell, I would still get ready for these storms to come in. Yeah, no warning just yet, but I think Springdale. Actually, you know what? The latest track. I mean, Lowell is not in the warning, but I do think that Lowell will be in the path of the storm. Yeah, northern Washington County, southern Benton County. So if you live in those areas, you need to have a plan in place. But as of right now, it's just a severe storm warning, but there is some rotation on it.
Definitely something to watch, increasing too. Okay, so Siloam, but you got it pointed south.
Southwest.
Okay, we got to go south.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough to see. These are always tough to see. Lincoln looking northwest. Oh, I saw the lowering. It is low. Zach, it is low. Stand by. I'm going to show you here. Okay, this is looking off to the northwest. This is that cell, and you'll see just above those lights as a lightning backflashes it. There you can see the lowering. Pretty low in the sky.
I think the rotation might be becoming a little bit more elongated.
Yeah, that's still a problem, though. You got me, Mike?
The areas that are of immediate concern are the Watts area,
Watts, yeah.
south of Siloam Springs.
See, that rotation is exactly in line normal to the 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear vector. Look at that lowering. I'm going to record that. Pretty impressive lowering on that. Let's go ahead and go on. You ready, Zach?
Yep.
All right. Make sure I can do all this. Okay, we're good. Have the right palette on there. We're good. Okay. Got a track on that. All right. Ron. Hi, everyone. We're live right now because we're tracking. No. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Okay. I'm on Chief Meteorologist Stan Scoff alongside meteorologist Zach Gilday. We've got a storm that we're a little concerned with because that QLCS tornado potential, it's there, and this storm has a tornado possible, meaning that hasn't quite prompted tornado warning status, but we've been looking at the ingredients, looking at the conditions, and it's definitely possible.
We've got the instability, we've got the wind shear, and we have a boundary, so we have to watch these storms. And we do want to show the radar.
We have a visual too, but yeah, let's get to the radar here. We'll look at, first of all, Mega Doppler. Mega Doppler shows you that circulation right now over Watts. Again, tornado possible with a severe thunderstorm warning. Watching to see if this rotation can tighten up, which it has over the last several scans. That's moving very close to southwestern Benton County. This is going to be a little south of Siloam Springs. Siloam Springs is already getting stormed. But I want to show you here our Lincoln WeatherBug network camera, because we can actually see this lowering off in the distance, and it does look pretty ominous. We'll say that. You'll see a lot of lightning too with this storm, being highly electrified and also an intense storm. This storm is going to be tracking to the northeast, and we've got that, by the way, on Weather 1, as Zach does a storm track. We're going to continue to monitor the latest, see if we can see any type of developed lowering or wall cloud. I do see, Zach, a tail cloud as that continues to develop. That's on the leading edge, and you can actually see inflow curtains into that. So something to watch for sure. If we can, let's bring up Weather 2 real fast, and I'll show you. You can see all the storm spotters, but there's that lowering, a very well-defined lowering. This is the leading edge of a pretty intense line. That's where your tornado will come out of. It might be rain map. And then you can also see what's called a tail cloud. So there's that tail cloud racing into the center. You can actually see the streaming of that tail cloud into the center. And so if there would be a tornado, remember this is a tornado possible to your thunderstorm warning. However, the conditions do warrant watching the storm, getting on. It's early in the morning, obviously on a Saturday, and this is a serious storm. All right, let's take a look at the track. I'll continue to watch this, see if we see anything happening underneath the base of this thunderstorm. But that is a pretty menacing looking storm, and you can see that face off in the distance. Okay, Zach, give us a track on the weather one.
Latest information for you right here. I do have it. There is a severe thunderstorm warning. Notice the tornado possible tag. Okay, so this storm is showing signs of rotation, and with the environment that we have, this could produce at any moment. And we're watching the Watts area. That is of immediate concern with this storm. That's where the circulation is. This warning is in effect through 1 o'clock in the morning on this early Saturday, and we do have areas listed of where the storm is going. So that red storm cone. If you live in that storm cone, have a plan in place to maybe get to your safe place. And if you live in Watts, I would probably be in your safe place right now because even though it's not an official tornado warning, it is tornado possible, and this could produce at any moment. As we continue going northeastward, it's going to be in the Lake Francis area around 1244, Pedro 1256, moving into Logan around 1259, Outflow area just after 1 o'clock in the morning. And then Elm Springs, 111, 114, Cave Springs area, and then Bentonville around 122 in the morning. And that's the track right there. And
that's a zoomed out view. But what I want to do is now I do want to do a zoom in view, and I can show you a 2-panel. We have normalized rotation on the right, and we have reflectivity on the left. And the Watts area, that is where the rotation is. Okay, so
we were on the wrong camera, by the way. We've got the stream on now. We're on TV, obviously, but we had the stream off of PCR. So just to let you know, but we've got that all figured out. So that was Josh just letting us know about that. Still looking at that lowering, Zach. You can see it on Weather 2. We'll take a look at that. Take a look at our PG Telco WeatherBug Network camera on Weather 2. And I even saw what might have looked like maybe a little bit of scud clouds rolling in. And so this is going to be a storm we have to watch, as you mentioned, with that circulation. But, oh, wow, did you see that lowering? Man, very well-defined lowering right above those lights. This is what we're going to be watching as it moves to the northeast. And this is where that tornado potential can ramp up. This is definitely, as you can tell, a little bit of a menacing storm. That's why it has that tornado possible. This is what we call a wall cloud. Notice how low that cloud is compared to everything else. So this shows you where the updraft is the strongest. And at night, the only way to typically see a tornado, if there's not a lot of lightning, which thankfully there is with this storm, but we would see power flashes underneath the base, which would let us know that there is a circulation that's beginning to ramp up. A very, very well-defined lowering. This is where your tornado would develop. We don't see anything at the moment, but maybe a little bit of a lowering there. We'll continue to watch that. I'll step out of the way because I don't want to cover up anything in case anything happens. I've learned my lesson about that. We're going to move this camera over to the right just a little bit. Zach, that's looking a little more ominous.
Yeah, I do have the storm relative velocity up. We are on the Tulsa radar. We should probably change it to Fort Smith.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll do that right now.
No, we want to still be on Tulsa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't want to be parallel to the beam. Look at that tail cloud. Man, it is incredible on that storm. So here's what we're going to do. Let's go this. You can do a track on Weather 1, so we let people know where this is headed. I want to continue to watch this and see if there's any tornado that's developing with this storm. You continue to give us a mega Doppler update. Here's a look at radar again. We were on a wider view. I don't know what. Go ahead and zoom in on that, Zach. Oh, you're switching the radar?
No, it's on Tulsa.
On Tulsa still. So there's that circulation that's showing up. We're not seeing as strong of a rear flank downdraft at the moment, but you are seeing those winds racing in towards the storm. And remember, the radar is located to the left of the screen. There's your circulation. You can even see the meso that's showing up. If we start seeing brighter reds, meaning the wrapping around of the rear flank downdraft, that's going to be something that we have to watch. I want to look at that radar again from INX. Here's the wide view. Additional storms popping up, but this is that storm with the tornado possible, and that severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag goes until 1 o'clock in the morning, and we want to do a track on that. And we're going to continue to monitor that WeatherBug network camera. So in order to do that, we will draw here. We got the radar on there. We'll look at the Lincoln camera. I'll just kind of draw it on the right side of the screen here so we can see that lowering. And Zach, are we seeing any type of, man, that is just, we've got this recording so we can see if anything develops.
Kind of right on the county line of Benton and Washington County, just south of Siloam Springs.
Yeah. Looks like that circulation south of Siloam is starting to ramp up again. And we will bring that up on Mega Doppler. So on Mega Doppler, there we go. You can see that circulation just to the south of Siloam Springs. Let's do some tracks and also put some roads on here so we can let people know exactly where this circulation is. So we'll look at the what's called the normalized rotation with this, and you'll be able to see a little bit of a stronger circulation that's showing up just to the south of Siloam Springs. There it is. And as that storm lifts northeastward, all the conditions are there. The 0 to 3 kilometer instability, that's just something that tells you the fuel for thunderstorms in the lowest levels is there. We have strong 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear, and the storm line is basically perpendicular to that. So this is definitely favorable for that QLCS tornado potential. So Highway 412, you see that on the screen. You can see one of our storm spotters, Brandon Davis, that's close to the storm. That's his old ping position, though. But Michael Craddock as well. Frankie Shepard is coming out on it, and you can see he's driving west on 412. So Waukesha Road, be ready for that circulation as it comes through. We'll look back at our Lincoln WeatherBug network camera because that will be the only way to see exactly what's happening. So we'll take a look at Lincoln. Here's our WeatherBug network camera from Lincoln. There's that lowering off in the distance. We'll take the camera and turn it a little bit. Looks like it's trying to develop. These are, by the way, what we call scud clouds. They look like tornadoes, but you'll notice how they don't have a smooth edge to them. So they're not necessarily rotating super fast. But if you look at that, that looks like a funnel, but I bet you it's just a bunch of scud clouds. And those scud clouds right there represent a strong updraft. But that is something in the middle. We're going to have to watch that and see if there's any type of power flashes associated with it underneath. That is a very, very menacing looking base of that storm. And we're looking, by the way, north from Lincoln.
A lot of lightning. It's at night. Not a good, it's very ominous view right there for sure. And there is that lowering. And we've been talking about the ingredients. The wind shear is off the charts. So these storms will have to be going in the perfect motion to produce. But yeah, that's our Lincoln view. So we have a great view. If we do see a lowering, we will let you know. But we have storm tracks. I have a latest one on Weather One. I can show you that one, give you a nice wide view of where this storm is going. So it's really in extreme southwestern Benton County, northwestern Washington County. It's on the county line, just south of Siloam Springs, making its way northeastward around 40 miles per hour. Pedro's up next. So if you live in Pedro, I would probably just be on the safe side, be in your safe place. Even though it's not a tornado warning, it is a tornado possible tag with this storm. So this storm could produce any second. With very little warning. So we do want to let you know about this. With that red polygon, that's where the circulation is going. So if, Logan is up next, 1257, Tonytown 107, Cave Springs around 112, Pinnacle Country Club should be impacting that area around 116, Lowell 118, and Rogers 122. Lake Atalanta 125, 127, Rogers Executive Carter Field, and 128 Prairie Creek. So that's a zoomed out version of where this storm is going. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, and it's in effect for about 12 more minutes. And I do think they will likely extend this warning, but the question is, will they keep that tornado possible tag? So we are going to be keeping an eye, but this is a zoomed out version. I do want to zoom in and show you exactly where the area of concern is on Mega Doppler. We can see it right there. So east of Watts, southeast of Siloam Springs, and that's reflectivity.
It's got a TVS on it now too,
yeah,
tornado vortex signature.
Going back to normalized rotation, that's tightening up a little bit.
And this could be prompting tornado warning status. Yeah, that's starting to look very ominous.
Yeah, that's the latest storm motion from warning.
So what is it? What do I mean by ominous? Well, you see those colors brightening up. So you've got greens and then you've got blues. That shows you that you've got pretty strong velocities of about 50 miles per hour that are going towards the radar. And you have that circulation on the south side of that is going away from the radar. And so there's your circulation. And then there's the radar picking up what's called a tornado vortex signature. It's called a TVS. And that's why you see that upside down green triangle. Now, if we go ahead and put the normalized rotation on there, you will notice that that circulation is definitely tightening up. Now, we've got some cameras. We've got one that's at Arvest Ballpark. We'll be able to see a good view of that as it's coming in, because thankfully there is a lot of lightning in order to witness that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, so we should load up that camera.
Yeah, we got all these eyes in the sky, and this is the reason that we have them, is so we can track storms like this coming in at night, typically, like normal.
Normalized rotation is what we're looking at, and we do have a banner to show you what we're looking at. So we have the green, and that's indicating strong rotation. So not quite tornado possible as far as this indicator goes, but the severe thunderstorm warning is tornado possible. So this rotation could likely spin up even stronger. But as of right now, we see the scale. It was worth watching, and it's in a pretty rural area as of right now, but it is moving towards the heart of Northwest Arkansas, Rogers area, Lowell, Springdale, Bethel Heights.
Something else to note, though, about that normalized rotation is with QLCS tornadoes, it's not as deep, so you won't see the brighter colors. Yeah. And sometimes those greens right there will still produce, especially if the conditions are favorable. Mm-hmm. I've seen that multiple times. So I'm just letting you know we definitely need to be watching this storm. Wouldn't be surprised if it continues to maintain this strength or strengthens a little bit more, that it might prompt tornado warning status. So back to the radar, and we want to do another track on this. On Weather 2, we've got Mega Doppler. We got that circulation that you were talking about. We can bring up that with the normalized rotation banners or our tornado tracker. We don't have any debris or any type of correlation coefficient drop as we look at this. But here's a look at the radar again. So no signature debris drop or anything like that. So we know this isn't any confirmed circulation that's reaching the ground, but we do know that this has a tornado possible tag. So there's that circulation. We'll get the newest radar update here in just a bit. But if you live in Tawnytown, you need to be taking at least your precautions, because remember, this is a tornado possible. Sometimes these storms can rapidly produce spin-ups, and these spin-ups can sometimes last a long time. Sometimes they touch down and lift pretty quickly, but can still do damage. And so you see that strong rotation. Let's look at the reflectivity and the velocity. Let's go ahead and hit number 3 if you can on the radar, and we'll take a look at this. So we've got the reflectivity nub that's showing up at the southern end of that tip, and there you have the rotation along with the storm. So this is 12:52 in the morning on Heil Heating Cooling Mega Doppler. And by the way, we do have a storm spotter that's out. We've got James Hilger, and he's located, again, as he's tracking this storm. He's a little bit north of it. This is live storm spotter video from James Hilger, a lot of lightning, and we can see actually his location as we track this storm. So we'll go back to our radar as we check it out. There you see all the storm spotters that are in place, that were in place, and there you see James Hilger. He's a little bit out ahead of the storm. We know that's a live beacon. There's that circulation. This could be prompting a tornado warning. If it does, it would be moving towards the Springdale area as well as areas of Johnson, and it's going to be a little north of Fayetteville. So even though the severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible is a little bit west. The reason that we're on is it's early in the morning. This storm is definitely starting to ramp up. We're looking at the conditions. They are favorable for QLCS tornadoes to rapidly develop, and we've done a lot of research on this. This is a kind of a textbook situation. We'll see if this does end up producing, but if it does, we want to be on it before it touches down. And so if it does. So there it goes until 1 o'clock in the morning. Tornado possible is the threat. And if you're wondering what that is, that just shows that severe thunderstorm warning has a little more spin than your average severe thunderstorm. So, and it could rapidly increase and become a tornado warning. So we'll be watching this closely. We'll keep you updated on that. Let's do a storm track as we track that storm moving east at about 40 miles per hour, I think was the latest motion. And I'll look at some of these cameras and see if I can see anything.
Yeah, we can take that on weather 1. So here are the areas that are going to be affected by the storm. Again, this is a tornado warning, a tornado possible, or it's a tornado possible tag for a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, this warning will expire at 1 a.m. So in just a little bit, we are going to have to see whether or not they extend this. I do think they will, but that red polygon, that's where the storm is going. So if you live in the Robinson area, that's in about 4 minutes. The Tonytown area, 1:09 a.m. Beyond that, Lake Elmdale, 1:11 in the morning. So it's overnight is dark. It is not a good time to have these types of storms, but the atmosphere is primed for these rotating storms. We got a latest scan, so I do want to move that track a little bit further to the east to kind of match up with where the circulation is. Springdale now around 1:15 in the morning. Bethel Heights 1:17, Lowell 1:19, and beyond that, eventually it should be getting to Horseshoe Bend Park around 1:28. But that's well outside the warning. But they will likely re-extend this, and this warning has about 5 more minutes on it. And circulation is still there, and that's why we're doing this coverage on TV, because even though it's not a tornado warning, this storm could produce any second. And we're seeing a 2-panel. We have the normalized rotation in the right, and we have the reflectivity in the left. It's got that look. It's got a little reflectivity bulge there. We can see the rotation right where that is, and it's got a classic QLCS look. And we are seeing this storm making its way to the east-northeast, about 40 miles per hour. Tawnytown, Elm Springs, Springdale, Johnson, those areas really need to maybe not be in your safe place just yet, but have a plan in place just in case the storm does produce. And again, it's moving east at around 40 miles per hour. So pretty quickly, even though the radar is kind of stuck on that one point right there. And that latest scan, I do think it's kind of tightened up a little bit more.
This is getting close to producing. I mean, that's got a reflectivity nub on it. The circulation's ramping up. If we see some brighter reds, I think this will prompt tornado warning status. So we're watching this closely for sure. Do have that WeatherBug Network camera, just some eyes that are out in the field. I know you're commenting on social media. Right now, we're continuing to monitor this. Let's go to Weather 2 if we can. And by the way, Anderson, if we can bring up that 3 box and we take a look at some stuff, that would be great as we're doing this severe weather coverage, or that 4 box that we made. Here's a look at Arkansas Children's from Springdale. We're looking off to the west. You can see all of that activity that's showing up, and that's that storm that's got that circulation on it. You can see the sculpted updraft. Now, this is one of the older cameras, so it's not quite as good in the camera technology at night, but you can see definitely what looks like a smoothed updraft. There's a mesocyclone, a lot of lightning. Every time you see lightning like that, that shows you that you have a pretty intense storm. We'll go to our WeatherBug Network camera from Rogers. Now you'll see the difference. Here's the difference. Much better quality at night, but the storm is a little bit farther away, so you don't get as good of a view. There's a lot of lightning. We'll be watching for any type of lowerings. You saw that from our Lincoln WeatherBug Network camera as the storm was just west of that. But, cameras are great, but I know you want to know about the radar and where that storm is headed. Well, you did a track, Zach. We've got a new radar scan coming out here soon. Let's continue to watch that, and I'll see if the Weather Service has updated any information.
Yeah, I just looked in the chat. Nothing yet. But we have about 2 more minutes on this warning. It's got a new track.
The conditions are there. We've got all the ingredients for a tornado. And we were going through that on our live stream briefly, talking about that. So new severe thunderstorm warning with the and not the tornado possible tag, but we'll watch this closely. All right, so new severe thunderstorm warning, and there it is. We'll bring it up on Weather 1 if we can, because that's the storm looking at it from Rogers. It's a little bit west of it. Frankie Shepard's going to have a good view of this lowering if it does have anything. But QLCS tornadoes, they're typically rain wrapped. They're hard to see. But there's the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. One is a tornado possible. That is going until 1 o'clock in the morning. You're about to see that disappear here shortly. The next warning does not have that tornado possible, but that could be upgraded. I still see a circulation on there. It looks very, very classic in terms of QLCS tornado potential. May not quite be doing it, but it is something that will not let our guard down on for sure. And we'll look at that newest scan here in just a bit. But there's that severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 1:45. Now, some of the areas are covered by this. Bentonville, Rogers. The most dangerous portion of this storm, though, is going to be going basically right through areas of the Springdale and Johnson area. I think that's in Taneytown, as you mentioned. Taneytown right in the path of this storm. So we'll take a look at this. I'm going to do a storm track on this. We're going to take away all the warning information so you can see exactly what this storm is doing. We'll do that track to the northeast. So here's the very latest on that. Lowell at 1:20. A little bit before that, you've got Springdale 1:15. So 15 minutes or so. Newest circulation on Mega Doppler is definitely tightening up too. And we'll show that as we go to
and that
Mega
storm
Doppler.
is actually going a little bit faster now. Now it's about 50 miles per hour. So I do kind of want to
let's update that track.
the speed on that track.
Oh, that circulation's really tightened up, Zach.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised if this prompts tornado status here pretty soon. All right. And once you do that track, I'm going to show that on Mega Doppler.
Okay. Yeah. So here's the latest track. We have it. The storm is moving northeast around 50 miles per hour now. A little bit quicker. Okay. So Taneytown 1:05 in the morning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, but I do think that they might have to upgrade this because we're seeing a circulation, Dan, and it is very strong.
And it's tightened up. Yeah, let's go to Mega Doppler if we can. You were just mentioning that, and this is going to be on Weather 2, Anderson. We'll get to that 4 box again, but there's the circulation. Look at how the bright greens and even blues are showing up. You've got the appendage right there. We got Frankie Shepard. He would be right underneath it if he would be seeing anything. Is anybody calling into the phoner line at all by any chance? Doesn't sound like it. Stand by. I'm going to give him a call real quick.
Okay, well, so while Dan's doing that, going to do another storm track. Let me just load it up. All right, so if you live in the Springdale area, the Lowell area, you need to have a plan in place because if we take Weather 1, Anderson, we do have a latest storm track. Storm has picked up speed. It's going about 50 miles per hour now. And the Taneytown area should be in the area around 1:07 in the morning.
Can you call into the phoner line?
Lake Elmdale around 1:09.
I think you might have
Springdale,
a tornado developing.
1:13. Lowell area, 1:16. We have this track on Weather 1. And beyond that, we have Frisco, 1:19. Hickory State Park, 1:21. Horseshoe Bend Park, 1:23. If you live in the area of this storm, you need to have a plan in place because this storm is showing strong signs of rotation and it could produce a tornado at any second. But right now, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. And War Eagle Mill 128, Rocky Branch around 131, Glade 133. Now that right there is a zoomed out version. We can zoom in on it and show you that circulation exactly where it is, just southwest of Tawnytown. And we do have a storm spotter, and Dan was just talking to him. Is he going to get on the line?
He's going to call into the phone line here soon.
Cool. Yeah. So we'll.
Okay, we got Frankie online. Frankie Shepard. Okay. Is it Randy or Frankie?
It's Frankie. I'm here.
Okay. Hey, Frankie. So we got Frankie Shepard, one of our storm spotters. Now, you got a circulation that's just to your southwest, and you're about to get overtaken by the storm. But let me know exactly what you're seeing with that cell.
Yeah, I'm moving east now on 412. Still see a little bit of a lowering. I don't see anything definitive at this moment.
Okay.
Taking a little bit of inflow, but it's fairly calm out in front of it right now.
Sometimes that can happen as the updraft is basically pulling the air straight up, and so it won't be calm here very long as that line comes in. But there's definitely that circulation. This has a tornado vortex signature on Mega Doppler. You can see that circulation. This is a storm that had a tornado warning possible, or tornado possible with a severe thunderstorm warning. Has never prompted a tornado warning, but the QLCS tornadic conditions are definitely favorable for these storms. And I'll be honest with you, they're tricky in Northwest Arkansas because the radars are so far away. The beams are so high up. There's a lot of stuff happening underneath this circulation. And so that's why cameras and spotters are so important. Are you streaming right now, Frankie, by any chance?
I am not at the moment.
Okay, gotcha. I know it's an early morning. I know you were out earlier as those storms were coming through, and so we appreciate all you're doing. But I'm going to keep you on the line, and if you see anything such as like power flashes, you just interrupt and just let us know what you're seeing, because that storm is right on top of you. Yeah, that circulation tightened up even more, Zach. It may be just missing the last ingredient, but it's better to be cautious.
Yeah, all the ingredients have to be there for this to produce, and we have a lot of them. We have the instability, we have the wind shear, we have a boundary in place, and there's the latest scan, and we're looking at it right there. So we have reflectivity on the left, we have storm relative velocity on the right, and let me just make sure we did set this storm motion from warning. I'm pretty sure we did, and yes, we did. Circulation just about to enter Tawnytown. Elm Springs area, Springdale, Bethel Heights. That's kind of the area where the storm is going. It's moving around northeast, around 50 miles per hour. So it has sped up a little bit. It's 1:06 a.m., and this is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 1:45 a.m. And we're on it. We're tracking it. It's nighttime, not a good time for these storms. That's Mega Doppler zoomed in.
What is normalized rotation? That's got to be getting close to yellow.
Yeah.
Okay, it's getting there. Still typical QLCS tornado circulation. So Frankie's now traveling eastbound. You can see them on Mega Doppler source. So we've got our storm spotters on there. There's a look at Frankie traveling east. Maybe weakening on the latest scan. We'll see that. Hopefully it does. But I want to show you something here, and we're going to get to it on Weather 2. We're going to look at the shear tracks. This really does tell the story how this storm has rotated for a while. And we were watching this when we launched our stream. You can bring me up on the weather wall. Here's a look at the radar shear tracks, and there's that circulation that kind of started up. Now, I know it gets elongated, and that's typical of QLCS tornado potential, but all that area was balanced. That's a balanced shear regime. So you've got the cold pool and the shear that's basically balanced, causing vertical updrafts. And so that's your circulation. That's when it was at the strongest point right there. Not anything in the red, but you typically don't see that with these little QLCS tornadoes. So that's it's just a lot of stuff that we've done research on. Let's go back here if we can, and we'll take a look at the radar, and we'll do it from Fort Smith. So we'll look at the latest from Fort Smith. So now the storm is basically almost on top of Springdale. And if we look at the circulation from Fort Smith, you're going to see a different view. So there it is, kind of an elongated circulation, but definitely there because red colors, rain moving away from the radar. So that's outbound right there, not quite hitting 58 miles per hour in the pink. Then you got green colors that are moving towards, and there is your circulation. And so that's what we're watching for. We don't have any type of debris signature that we're seeing. So that's kind of sometimes tough. And that tells you that the storm's typically pretty strong and the tornado's pretty strong if the debris is lofted all the way up that high in order for the radar to pick it up. So that's good news there. Going back to the velocity image, there you can see that energy. And if we look at the current shear, you'll see that it is still showing up, and it's just to the west of Springdale. So that's something that we're still needing to watch. All right, back to Mega Doppler. There's the circulation now beginning to move into Taneytown. And we'll make sure that this isn't old radar data. I know it's updating, but we have been seeing a little bit of a lag in the data a little bit.
I think it's pretty good. It's 828Z. So,
Yeah.
Or
okay, that's pretty good. It was a minute ago.
60828.
Yep. So Taneytown, the storm's basically right over Taneytown. There are a lot of nudgers. There are a lot of confidence builders in possibly producing a tornado on this storm, but not quite. But we're watching it, and in order to see it, we're looking at our WeatherBug Network camera. We're going to do that from Arkansas Children's Northwest because that's going to have the best view. So this is oh yeah, you can see the inflow coming in. So I need to turn this camera to the north because that's looking straight west. Now, when I move it northwest, you're going to see the pole, obviously. All right, stand by here.
I do think that latest scan might be a little bit weaker.
Yeah, it has weakened a little bit. It looks like it, but I still wouldn't turn my back on it by any means.
I think we have Colby Ward trying to get into place here.
Yeah, you can see the rear flank downdraft. We're going to turn the camera here. That's about to move over. I'm going to turn it straight north. We'll see if we can see anything. So this is going to pass in between our Rogers WeatherBug Network camera, and we could go on I-49. So, hey, guys, make sure you go on I-49 on the iDrive Arkansas cameras. If you're in the booth, go ahead and bring that up on the Prod PC. We'll continue to watch this. So the Weather Service says it's kind of maintained its state. The circulation has been, consistent. Oh, power flashes. We've got power flashes. We got a lot of power flashes. Can you see them on our WeatherBug Network camera from our Arkansas Children's? Lots of power flashes, folks. This is on the ground. Power flashes. You can see that. We've got a tornado on the ground, folks. Very definitive. Those are power flashes, and we've got that on our WeatherBug Network camera from Arkansas Children's Northwest. If it's not from the tornado, it's from some really strong winds, but it's been concentrated in the same area.
Just shows you that even though it's not tornado warned.
That's why we stayed on it, and we know this QLCS tornado potential.
You have a new TVS.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's a hail. Never mind. But we should probably take Mega Doppler full and do some roads.
Yeah, we do. More power flashes. Lights are flickering. You guys seeing that? That's from Arkansas Children's. We're going to tell you where it is on the radar. Take your tornado precautions, folks, if you live in Bethel Heights. This is in the early morning hours. We've got a tornado that's on the ground. This is moving in, and you can see the wraparound and the RFD. Let's go to Weather 1 if we can. If we can do that 4-box where we can bring up Weather 2 and Weather 1 and have the radar, and we'll do all that information. So, yeah, we've got a circulation that's on the ground, Zach. Here it is by Oak Grove. It's about to cross I-49. Multiple power flashes. Anderson, you need to call our news director. Let them know that we have damage that's going to be occurring in the Springdale area. So Falcon Road, take your tornado precautions. Silent Grove, Bethel Heights. Okay. All right. Go ahead. We got one of our storm spotters. Go ahead and tell me what you're seeing, guys.
Yeah, Dan, this is Ryan Limmery. I'm right off Highway 49 on exit 73. I got power flashing. I just got hit by some pretty powerful winds. I say right now where I'm at, they're blowing probably about 45, 50. The power just came back on. The lights were out for a solid 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think I overheard you. There's a tornado on the ground.
I've been looking at multiple power flashes. This does not have a tornado warning currently, but I released that information to the Weather Service, telling them that we saw multiple power flashes on our WeatherBug network camera, and we'll look at our stream as well. It might have lifted now, but that was definitely a lot of power flashes. They were focused in a specific area, and there's the tornado warning, guys. So we got a new tornado warning. Go ahead and click on that. It was already on the ground before the warning was issued. So there's the circulation. There's the tornado warning for Springdale at 1:45 a.m. Saturday. That's how long that tornado warning is going to go for. Now, if you have Weather Call Next Gen, you are getting a call. And honestly, this should be a confirmed tornado. Now, Ryan, are you still seeing any type of power flashes, or is it over?
I'm not seeing any power flashes at the moment. I'm going north on 49, trying to get ahead of this thing.
All right. Well, this is about to cross I-49, so we can bring up some iDrive Arkansas cameras and bring that up on the Prod PC on one of these here. We can bring that up on the middle screen there. So we're looking at Zach in the Weather Lab. Scan that QR code to get our Weather Authority app. And I'm seeing more
I got
flicker.
power flashes again, Dan.
Yep, I'm seeing them. And that's our Arkansas chill. Look at that. More flickering, more power flashes. This is a confirmed tornado, folks. This is on the ground. This is on the ground. I'm seeing them. There's a lot of them. A lot of power flashes. And power is going out. Let's give people where this is at, Zach, and tracking it. Going back to our Weather One source.
We've got Weather One up right now. This is a tornado warning in effect until 1:45 a.m. in the morning. It does include Benton, Carroll, Madison, and Washington County. If you are in the path of the storm, you need to be in your safe place right now. We've been seeing power flashes. This is most likely on the ground, okay? So this storm is moving northeasterly around 40 miles per hour. And we have some towns listed. If you are in this, you are in the immediate path of this storm. Bethel Heights around 120, Lowell 121, in the Frisco area 125, Hickory State Park around 127, Horseshoe Bend around 129, and Beaver Shores 132, War Eagle Mill around 134 in the morning, and Rocky Branch around 138. So this is a tornado warning, and this storm is moving so crossing Interstate 49, okay? The Bethel Heights area, that's where this circulation is. I do really want to zoom in on this right now. I do want to take Mega Doppler full, and we got it right there. Zooming in, we can see this is the normalized rotation. So that green area, that is the area of the strongest circulation.
Okay. Yeah, we still have Ryan in the background. Ryan, are you seeing anything else? It looks like it's kind of calming down, but then the storm is moving away. So we got to look at this from our WeatherBug network camera in Rogers. And I want to spin that camera and point it southeast. So that's what we're going to do here.
Yeah, I'm getting a heavy downpour. I'm on 49 right now. I got cars pulling over on the side of the road, which is, it's kind of dangerous for other drivers, but I get it with the tornado on the ground. I can't see nothing here.
Yeah, I know.
I just crossed exit 76. I just crossed Wagon Wheel as well.
All right, so we're going to be looking southeast as this storm crosses near Lowell. There's the circulation right there, and so might not be on the ground anymore, but boy, we saw a lot of power flashes, and it was rain wrapped, so the rain was wrapping around the storm. And this is a severe thunderstorm that prompted tornado possible earlier and then became tornado warned, as we mentioned. The ingredients were there for tornadoes. We didn't like the way that the 0 to 3 kilometer shear, the 0 to 3 kilometer cape was increasing, all of that stuff. So if you are living northeast of Lowell, right on the White River, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. This tornado warning goes until 1:45. It's a little bit south of Rogers, and it's north of Fayetteville, so you don't have to worry about that. There it is, confirmed tornado now. It's showing up as confirmed. We probably have a correlation coefficient drop, but we already knew it was confirmed a long, long time ago as tornado power flashes were going off like crazy. Yeah, I'm so glad we have those cameras. That is so clutch, so key, and so important. So we'll continue to watch that. I'm going to switch this camera around to a southeast view. All right, so we got mile marker 78 as this storm's about to cross. We'll see if we can see anything from this. This is our RDOT camera. And we'll go to Rogers here. We'll see if we can see anything from Rogers. So you can bring up that 4 box again. Some confirmed tornado observed, and now you see it have a black outline on the polygon. So what that means is you have a tornado that's observed. We already know that. We're looking southeast on our Pinnacle WeatherBug Network camera. There you can see our Top Gulf, and if there would be a circulation still on the ground, we might be able to see it off in the distance. Ryan, I know you're getting caught up in the rain, and how heavy are those winds now as the storm's coming through?
So I'm on the backside of the rear flank, but I think it's passed me to the east a little bit. Winds are starting to die down as it moves further northeast. I'm finally able to see the highway again. I'd say I'm passing the exit 78 right now. I'd say the winds are probably about 45, 50 miles an hour up here.
All right, sounds good. I'm going to, if you can bring up weather 3 in this left monitor, right, in the middle one right here, Anderson, we'll be able to do that. Doug Warner is calling here. Let's see here what we got. I don't know where my phone is. I don't know where it went. I can hear it, but I don't know where it went. I'll have to ping it. Okay, Zach, go ahead and do it.
Yeah, so here's the latest track. Okay, this is live Doppler radar showing this. That black polygon is a confirmed tornado warning. It is 1:20 in the morning, and this warning is in effect until 1:45 in the morning. Now, if you are in the red polygon, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is a life-threatening situation. The storm is in the Frisco area pretty much right now, and Horseshoe Bend Park around 1:27, Clear Point around 1:29, War Eagle Mill around 1:33. Rocky Branch, if you are in that area, you need to be in your safe place right now. Cole Gap School, 1:38. Glade, 1:38 in the morning as well. Clear Springs School around 1:51, and Eureka Springs moving into Carroll County just after that. So this is a confirmed tornado warning. That black polygon, that this means that it is a confirmed tornado. It's on the ground, and here's what the criteria is. Okay, so we have that red polygon with the black inside. That is a confirmed tornado. Circulation just right near Lowell, so maybe just southeast of Lowell. If you live northeast of Lowell, you need to be in your safe place right now. So the War Eagle area, Beaver Lake area, it's where the storm is going. And it's moving into Benton County right now, so it's on southeastern Benton County. It's where this warning is included, and it's moving up into Carroll County. So Lowell area, I do want to zoom in really tight and show you exactly where this storm is. It's a pretty rural area, but Frisco area, Cross Hollow, Oak Grove, Hickory Creek. If you live in any of these areas that I am mentioning, this is a confirmed tornado. It's on the ground, moving into the Oak Grove area, Clear Point, and Lakeland Hills. So these are just some areas. Beaver Shores, Beacon Addition, River Cliff Estates. If you live in these areas, this is a confirmed tornado and is coming right towards you. And
if you could bring me up and bring up the microphone. We got a great view from our Posey Mountain WeatherBug Network camera of this storm. So if we can bring up weather 3, we could take a look at that. Here is a look at the storm. We're looking to the southwest. Number one, you don't see as many lights. So the lights are not as much as you normally would see. That is the storm that's tornado warned as it comes in. A lot of lightning. this is my controller to control the cameras in order to move them around and change their direction and stuff like that. So that's why we're monitoring these storms and watching it, so I can do that from the wall. But very impressive storm with the tornado warning. We saw the power flashes, multiple power flashes that were on that storm, and we were watching that as it was coming through. So Doug is trying to call, Doug Warner, but I can't get through, so I'm sure the cell service is a little spotty.
You got me?
Yeah, I got you. Hey, Doug, are you there?
Yeah, I'm looking at damage right here. I'm on 412. We are, we're, let's see here, 412 at South 64th Street.
Okay, yeah, we're going to bring up the
64th.
radar here real quick.
You've got power lines down.
Oh, I think we still have a tornado on the ground, Doug. Hold on. I just saw more power flashes. Just a second. As it was crossing, it looks like it weakened with the rotation, but I just saw more power flashes. They're right off in the distance right here, and that's exactly where that circulation would be located. But go ahead, Doug. Keep telling me what you were seeing with the damage, and we'll look back at the rotation track here.
Yeah, right now I'm at, let me double check my map. I'm at 412 at South 64th Street, Crane Buick GMC at Springdale, right now next to Springdale Tractor, Discount Tire, basically very close to the Harbor Meadows area. So there could be some damage back in the Harbor Meadows area, but you've got power poles snapped. You've got power poles leaning down on top of heavy equipment, on top of vehicles at this Crane dealership. I've got a lot of tiny town police officers that have kind of come outside of their jurisdiction. They're kind of running traffic right now here in the middle of 412. So this is not in the tiny town city limits, but basically Springdale. But you've got some pretty significant damage here. Power poles, power lines down, 412 right at South 64th.
All right. Well, we appreciate that. Thanks for the information. Send us some photos. We'll get them on Megaphone, and we'll be able to upload those and show you what we've got. Obviously, it's early in the morning. There's limited crew, but we knew that there was a tornado on the ground. You could see the multiple power flashes. As soon as that first power flash happened, we knew that that tornado was on the ground. And boy, the power lines were exploding, transformers were exploding, and power lines arcing. As Doug mentioned, power poles that are down. Zach, I want you to do something real quick. We're going to Mega Doppler, and then we'll track this storm, but we want to show people where that damage was located. So let's go to Mega Doppler on Weather 2. And here's what I want you to do. Go to Normalized Rotation, and I want you to hit that sigma, where we can see where the maximum circulation was. And it's up at the top of the screen, and you'll see that little sigma. So we'll go back here. Here's the circulation. That was where the rotation track was, all the way through watts. We knew it was starting to increase. There's the yellow that was showing up, as we were mentioning. We'll probably start seeing some yellow on the normalized rotation. And so if you zoom in, right there is Harbor Meadows, and there's the circulation. We were looking due west from our WeatherBug Network camera at Natural's Arvis Ballpark. That's where the power line flashes were. And then that storm continued to track north. We saw multiple power flashes by Brush Creek, and then that continued northeast. So, Doug, I know exactly where you are, and it looks like that circulation may be weakening now. I hear all the emergency vehicles. Definitely quite a scene here in the early morning hours on this April 19th. All right, back to our Mega Doppler source radar. Let's do a track here. Let's let people know where this is headed. You know, I know we're looking at the last. Now you got to take it off of that maximum amount. So the radar will show you where the maximum amount was. I just wanted to show you that rotation track. Current tornado warning does include War Eagle, LaRue. This is an area that saw that, that fire not too long ago, just to the southeast of War Eagle. Got all of our storm spotters here. They may be streaming the damage too. We'll have to bring that up. Guys, if you're in the control room, you can bring up that storm spotter stream. Looks like that rotation's weakening though, Zach.
It does, yeah. Yeah, just watching that. And this storm has slowed down a bit. Now it's moving northeast 35 miles per hour. And I'm putting together the latest track on this storm as we speak. Northeast 35 miles per hour, still a tornado warning. They did drop that confirm tag though.
Yeah, I believe that. I think it might have lifted. I'm gonna look through some comments here, Zach, on our Facebook Live feed. Again, we're down a meteorologist, so anybody in the Harbor Meadows without power.
Okay, so let me just reload that. That was kind of acting up. So back to radar. Red polygon, still a tornado warning in effect through 1:45 in the morning. So still about 15 more minutes on this warning. And we're looking at Megadoppler right now. This is the reflectivity. Here's the velocity. Okay, so that circulation northeast of Lowell, west of War Eagle, it's not as defined as it was. But let me set storm motion from warning because we do have that latest update. And here's the latest update. So there is still some rotation. It's not as defined as what it was earlier, but still worth watching. You can see the normalized rotation that's gone down. That used to be up in the green area. Now it's in the blue. So circulation has gone down, but Beaver Lake area, if you live on Beaver Lake or know people who live on Beaver Lake, make sure they know about this storm because this is still a tornado warning. We're in Benton County. That's where the circulation is, southeast Benton County, and storm is moving up into the Carroll County area, and that's one of our Rogers camera view.
Yeah, here's our Posey Weatherbug Network camera. That's going to have the best view looking off to the south, and that's the cell that's coming through. But once it moves out, we'll be shrouded in rain, so we won't be able to see it. Man, there's nothing worse than seeing a bunch of power flashes in the early morning hours, and it's rain wrapped, you can't see it. But we just wanted to stay on that storm because as it was coming through, we knew that the QLCS tornado conditions were there. All of the ingredients were there. We were talking about it on the live stream beforehand. Let's go ahead. I want to take this camera and I want to point it straight south. So you'll see the camera kind of move here a little bit. And that camera moving was now pointed straight south. We programmed these ahead of time so you know which direction you're looking. But if there was a tornado, we would see it off in the distance. But I think maybe this storm is starting to lose its tornado potential. We'll see if that warning continues. So there is that south view. Yeah, Zach, we're going to continue to get information. I bet you we have on Megaphone. I bet you we have some pictures of damage.
Yeah. Sadly, we probably do.
We were mentioning, Zach, how many bullets we dodged. And unfortunately, finally, we didn't dodge this bullet.
Yeah.
As the storm came through. So the worst damage is going to be west of Springdale and in northwest Springdale. That's where that circulation went right over. And so still there, if you live in LaRue, take your tornado precautions. We can bring up Weather 1. We've got a new fresh track on this. I'm going to move this track, and we're going to take a look at the newest circulation associated with this storm. So Lost Bridge Village, 143. Bush, 154. And Eureka Springs coming into your area. It's not quite included in the tornado warning. It's just a little to the northeast of the actual polygon. However, still 158. That's when the storm might be coming into you. I could zoom in and show you here. Eureka Springs is just outside of that tornado warning. Man, a lot of lightning. Very, very intense storm. There you see Eureka Springs. There you see the tornado warning. That goes until 1:45. Circulation really ramped up, though, earlier. And now it's kind of weakening, but it's still there. Still favorable conditions to watch. If you have any type of damage, you can send it to us. All you have to do is scan that QR code. That'll take you to our weather app. Then you scroll down, you submit photos, and what it'll do is it'll immediately take you to a page where you can upload them, where all of the news people, all the producers, everybody can see that at the same time. So tornado warning still remains in effect. I'm watching this to see if I can see any type of visuals from our Posey Mountain Weatherbug Network camera. A lot of lightning on this cell. And the storm has definitely weakened its rotation.
Yeah,
for sure.
It has. Still there. Yeah, and that's what these storms do. They strengthen, they weaken, they strengthen back up. And right now it's on a weakening trend. Doesn't mean it's over. Hopefully it is. This particular warning is in effect through 1:45 in the morning, so still a few more minutes.
No correlation coefficient drop. I'm not surprised at that because the debris would have to be lofted so high. That might be something right there that was showing up just barely. In fact, that might be something right there, but it doesn't show up on the other radars. Let's see here. Right there on the southwest side. You can barely see it, but that's when you have multiple radars at once. And multiple radars covering our area. So just to sum up, 145 severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warning until 145. Circulation's weakening even more. Lightning is still definitely highly electrified with this cell. But let's give a wide view because, we might have some storms coming into the river valley, Zach, and we do. And those will also prompt a little bit of something to watch for sure. So here's live Doppler radar on Weather 1. And this is a cell that looks similar to what we had. We'll see if there's any type of rotation associated with it. Got to watch this right here on the southwest side of Tamaha. And we'll be watching that closely. So you can go to Weather 2, and we'll take a look at that storm again. Look at all that lightning. Just a tremendous amount of lightning, Zach, for sure. Intense storms coming through. But again, if you're just joining on this live stream, we did have a tornado. Most likely, I doubt it was just straight line winds with that circulation coming through the west side and the north side of Springdale and Harbor Meadows. In fact, Doug said there was damage, power poles snapped. In fact, if we bring up some of the power outages, if we can do that in the control room, guys, and we could take a look at where that damage was located. All right, Anderson, I know you're doing that. Yeah, see, that's not updated, though. It'll take a while to get updated. There's definitely a delay in the time that shows up. So you'll see that increase dramatically, I think, especially with all those power flashes that were happening. I mean, that's just in one neighborhood. So hopefully that is the case, but I think that's just delayed, to be honest with you. You'll see a dramatic increase on that. But there's that circulation that's located just to the southwest of Vian, near Salisaw. That's coming into the river valley. So that'll be something to watch. And these storms are going to have plenty of fuel to work with, so definitely have to be focused on that. I'm going to push this camera thing out of the way here real quick. We'll take a look at that. But, man, impressive storms that were across the area. All right, tornado warning has been dropped, Zach.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. So that's good news. Tornado warning has been dropped, but here's another cell that's coming in. Not severe, but remember that storm probably just developed. But a severe thunderstorm warning. Now it continues until 1:45 a.m. Okay, so let's take a look here at some damage photos that are coming in from Doug Warner. And yeah, there you see power lines that are strewn. And that I imagine is 412, if I'm not mistaken. Take a look. Here's some more damage photos. Yeah, that's why the power lines were exploding everywhere. So that's all tipped over. That's on Highway 412. Now, when you look at this, it's all going kind of in one direction, but that doesn't necessarily mean that wasn't tornado damage. The circulation was there. If it wasn't, it would be very strong rear flank downdraft winds. But the way all those ingredients were coming together, the way that circulation tightened up, and with all the multiple power flashes, I didn't see the actual funnel or the tornado, but you could see the power flashes pretty dramatically. So, yeah, thank you so much. We got those photos. We also had hail earlier this evening, too. And we got a bunch of those photos from Siloam Springs in between Gravette. And there you see Springtown. There's a picture of some hail. This was earlier this evening. This was the round of storms that came through around 9 o'clock in the evening, 8:30, 9 o'clock in the evening on Friday. Good Friday turned out to be a little stormy of a Friday right before midnight. Bella Vista, Decatur showing that hail, and then Siloam Springs, there's that hail as a second round of storms. So just a wild night. Not surprised. So we got multiple rounds of storms coming, and the flash flooding threat will be on the increase as well. There's Kim Cooper's photo of her back deck, and you can see some of that hail. Okay, Zach, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to stay on this storm until the warning is dropped. Make sure the circulation is weakened, which it looks like it has. and the tornado warning has been dropped. Let's take a look here at Mega Doppler, Zach, and you can kind of take us through another track on that storm.
Yeah, so if you take weather 1, I can pull up Mega Doppler and show you. This is what was that tornado. Right now, the warning's been dropped, still a severe storm warning, and it's moving into Carroll County. The circulation has really gone down. So this is why the National Weather Service decided to drop the tornado warning, but they did keep the severe storm warning. Still seeing some heavy rain, a lot of lightning with this storm. The winds are still gusty, but here is the storm relative velocity, and the circulation is not as tight, not even near as tight as it was when it was moving over the Springdale area. And normalized rotation doesn't show much either. So this storm continues to weaken as it moves over Beaver Lake and enters the far western Carroll County area. So Eureka Springs, you're about to see some heavy rain, some lightning. The circulation has really gone down, but still, I wouldn't go to bed just yet. I would still keep an eye on the radar, keep an eye on this stream, because this is what these storms do. They decrease in strength, they ramp back up, and then they can decrease again, and hopefully they stay decreased. But if we go back in time, we can see how strong it was when it was going over the Springdale area, and then just south of the Lowell area, moving up to Beaver Lake. They dropped the confirmed tag, then they dropped the warning, and now the circulation isn't anywhere near what it was earlier, but still seeing a lot of activity. It's been an active evening, still a whole lot of rain. There's another line of storms moving into the Siloam Springs area, Gentry area. Now we do want to look at this and see if there's any kind of rotation on that line, and not really anything of concern, but still there is some heavy rain. And we did have storms earlier in the evening, and these storms are training over the same area. So the flood threat is going to be going up tonight, and especially into tomorrow, as we do think we have another round of potential severe weather on your Saturday, and maybe even another one Saturday nights, and then maybe another one Easter Sunday. So this weekend is looking very active, and we have multiple rounds of the potential severe weather. And I do want to look even further south into the River Valley area. So we're looking at Sequoia County, Sallisaw area. Those are some strong storms, and this is an area that is untapped. So earlier during the day, we didn't have any storms. So there is still a lot of instability in the Fort Smith area. And we do want to see if there's any rotation in that section. And it looks like there are some little pockets of some rotation there, Dan.
There will be. I mean, this is a very favorable type of environment for QLCS tornado potential. So we'll continue to watch that. There's that Tamaha. We were looking at that circulation that's northeast of Tamaha. Not quite there. I mean, that's a little bit of a noisy signal. And so that's not a true circulation like it was when that storm came through the west side of Springdale, south of Siloam Springs. I do want to show you something real quick. Let's look at the power outages if we can. We talked about how there would be a delay in that. Now we got 2,000 customers without power, over 2,000 in Washington County, and that number still could probably go up. There were a lot of flickers and power lights going out, and you can see the lights that were flickering as well. So let's go back to weather 2. I want to show you something that Zach mentioned, the fuel that's available for these thunderstorms. That's the yellow shade that you see underneath the radar. So we've already sapped into this energy, and you can see how that instability from the surface is gone. Not so for the River Valley. And here's a storm that's coming into the River Valley that we'll be watching closely. We do have a new WeatherBug Network camera. I will point it to the west. It's one that definitely is going to give us some really good views, and it's from that area of Dripping Spring. So it's just a little north of Fort Smith, has a very nice overlook of the River Valley. We'll probably see a tremendous amount of lightning with that cell, Zach, if we're looking at that. So I'll bring that up here in just a bit. You can take me off of the wall real quick, Anderson.
I do want to kind of do a little storm track on these storms moving into Sequoia County area.
I think we should.
Yeah, I was wondering the speed of these storms. Probably pretty similar, probably about 40. miles per hour. Yeah, so River Valley has been quiet this evening, but that's about to change. It is really early in the morning on this Saturday, 1:42 a.m., and that severe storm warning for Benton and Carroll County, that's about to expire. And I do think that they will let that one expire because that storm is weakening substantially. But I'll tell you what storms are not weakening. The storm is moving into Sequoia County, and Crawford County is up next. So the Fort Smith area, Stillwell, Brushy, Salisaw, we have some stronger storms moving in, and I do want to do a little track and kind of give you an idea of the timing.
Before you do that, Zach, I've got that Kisser camera up, Kisser FM, their tower. We're looking at the River Valley. This is looking just a little bit west of, a little bit south of due west. So we're looking at that storm that's coming into, as you mentioned, Sequoia County. That could be prompt and severe thunderstorm warning criteria if it continues to strengthen, as you mentioned. Move that over just a little bit more. There you see the city lights of the River Valley. So, all right. Yeah, Zach, you wanted to do a track on that?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so these storms are not severe, but they are strong, and they're moving into our coverage area. Not Northwest Arkansas, but the River Valley. So this is a part of the atmosphere. Dan showed you the instability. It is there. So these storms have the ingredients to become severe. And we saw what happened in Northwest Arkansas a little while ago. And these storms are out ahead of that front. So they are in an atmosphere that is really conducive for these severe storms because it is unstable. And earlier during the day, we didn't have any storms. So there was no rain-cooled air. And I do want to take Weather 1 full and show you this track. I did make a line, kind of a squall line track because storms are making their way to the northeast around, I kept it around 40 miles per hour because that seems to be the trend. And a Weather 1 is where the track should be. Unless for some reason that's not working. But you're looking at Kisser FM tower.
Yeah, well, they're doing some stuff behind the scenes. They're calling Josh Rugger. He's going to be out on the scene here with that damage. But let's go to Weather 1 if we can, Anderson. There you go. Now you got the track.
Yep. Yeah, so these areas are going to be impacted by some strong storms. Now, these might turn severe. As of right now, they are not severe, but we have the Salisaw area around 150. Beyond that, West Fork 223. So these times will likely change as the storm speeds up and as it slows down. But as of right now, this is where the track of this line is going. Cedarville 235, Winslow 243, and Sunset around 3 o'clock in the morning. Huntsville around 3:06 a.m. So it's been a long day. It's going to be hopefully these storms don't strengthen, but I don't really see a reason why they wouldn't continue at least at this strength as they enter the River Valley, because again, we've said it multiple times, this part of the coverage area didn't see storms earlier during the day, so it's primed for severe weather. And that is a look at Max Live Radar. I do want to show you Mega Doppler and give you a big view of what's going on. So multiple reports of hail, wind damage, and even a little bit of hail with that line that I was just showing you. So I do want to zoom back in on the Sequoia County area and show you maybe a little bit of hail trying to form. But hail is not going to be the biggest threat we have with these storms. So even this storm, it's approaching severe levels with the hail, maybe up to quarter sizes with the hail. You can see our legend right there. When it gets up to the yellows, the oranges, approaching severe levels. But as of right now, it's not severe, but just one of the things that we have to watch for. I do want to show you the reflectivity again, because the rain is coming down. And I do think for portions of northwest Benton County, it's going to be turning into more of a flash flood deal here, because we had storms earlier during the day. We just had some storms, and now we're having more rain. And there's a whole lot more rain off to our west. As you can see in Oklahoma, It's going to be a rainy night, and on top of all the rain that we've had, flooding, river flooding, that's going to be a concern for us. And if we actually loop these showers and storms, let's just see the direction that they're going. Northeasterly, kind of training along a boundary and along an instability gradient. But it's live, it's 1:48 in the morning, and no more severe warnings for our coverage area. We're looking at LaFleur, Scott County, Logan County. Those areas are quiet. Sebastian County, Franklin, Johnson. But I do think later on tonight, as we're looking at the Sequoia County area, Salsa area, those storms, those are going to continue to make their way potentially further into the coverage area. And if they stay in the River Valley, I do think we're going to be seeing some potential for severe weather further into the nights, even into early Saturday morning, daybreak Saturday morning potentially, and then more rain throughout the day tomorrow. And we're looking at Easter Sunday too. There could be some more severe storms, but as of right now, it's 1:49 in the morning. We have no more severe storms, but we are watching flooding issues potentially across Northwest Arkansas. As of right now, we have no flood warnings, but I do think that those might be issued as if this rain continues to fall the way that we're seeing it. And Northeast Oklahoma, Adair County, Sequoia County, those storms are moving into the Washington County area. So if you live in Fayetteville, it might be dry right now, but pretty soon it's going to be downpouring and there will be a lot of lightning. But no severe warnings as of right now. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to gather information. We've got, we could see the power poles down. I haven't heard of any damage from buildings, and maybe this is a blessing because maybe that, maybe it didn't touch down. Maybe it was just really strong winds. It was all focused in an area, but circulation was there. I did see multiple other power flashes. So there had to be something. We couldn't see it, obviously, because of the rain-wrapped, nature of that storm. But if you have reports of damage or you have structure damage, we love to pass that along to the Weather Service. It is obviously early in the morning. It's 1:50. Some people are sound asleep, especially if the storm didn't impact them. If you only had tornado warning alerts, you got the alert after the warning was issued. But we'll talk more about that on our stream. But keep it here with your weather authority, and you can join that live stream by just scanning that QR code and then just scan all the way down to the bottom, and you can join the live stream instantly. So, but as far as our severe weather coverage for now, unless another storm prompts a warning, we are going to go off and send you back to regularly scheduled programming. Okay, guys. Well, that was interesting. Please let me know if there's any type of damage that's out there because, boy, there were multiple power flashes. I mean, they were going off like fireworks. Let's see here. Very windy. We do have additional storms. We're going to watch it. But as far as like the tornado potential in Bentonville, that's not looking all that great with this line coming in. You got anything, Zach?
Oh, no. No, I just missed a lot of phone calls and texts. It's kind of hard to answer the phone.
I don't like this storm at all. That's got a rotation with it, an elongated rotation, and that could easily tighten up because that's balanced. That's all balanced along that. So let's take a look at the radar. We're going to let you know exactly what's happening. Okay, we'll look at that, Patrick. The day 2 SPC outlook is out. I believe it. It's 2 in the morning. That tells you how long you're here, Zach. The day 1 is out too. But here is this circulation right here that's showing up. just to the northwest of Stony Point. And this storm is going to be very similar. We'll have to watch that to see if there's any type of cell interactions. But this is all just heavy rain and lightning. There's no circulations associated with that. That's not even severe. So I could tell you right now, if you live in Sulphur Springs, Gravette, Decatur, Gentry, Siloam Springs, you can go to bed. Everything's over. You're done with. Anderson, we can't go because we've got more stuff coming in.
Okay.
In the River Valley, especially. Let me know if there's anybody that had structural damage. Do you have any? Report of one roof damage in Harbor Meadows. So let's see here. Yeah, we used to have that camera at never was replaced though at Harbor. We lost the children's.
Should we change to Fort Smith radar?
Yeah, now we should, yes.
Yeah, so stand by while we change radars.
Is Rogers good to go to bed? Someone is asking.
Yes. Okay. You still have more storm coming in, but as far as tornado is concerned, not going to happen with that cell. No, that's elongated. Still balanced. Still got to watch it. I don't like the radar from Fort Smith because it's parallel to the beam. But I know you want to look at this cell, but see, it looks like an outflow boundary. So it could be slightly outflow dominant, which means that it's not a balanced shear regime. Yeah, that's outflow dominant. Okay, that's good. And that kind of verifies with this camera too. By the way, sorry we didn't have the stream up for a little while. I guess we punched up instead of PCR the camera, which is a bummer. But sometimes a lot of stuff happens really fast. But there's our Kisser cameras. We're looking off to the southwest. All right. So back to this as we're tracking more storms. A little bit of hail that's coming in, but this is not as big and not as strong. I'm going to switch radars again, Zach, just for now. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Man, gotta hate those QLCS tornadoes, huh?
It's tough to see.
But there's a lot of indications, man. There's nudgers, there's reflectivity nubs, there's all that stuff that shows up, Zach, with all the research that we've done. Yeah, nothing, just wind. You'll just get some gusty winds. You'll get some lightning. Not nearly as electrified as those other storms because they don't have as much energy to work with. So, again, if you live in Gravette, Bella Vista, Decatur, Gentry, Siloam Springs, you're done for now. There could be more storms developing, though, by tomorrow morning. And then more as we go throughout the day. It's just going to be a long weekend. For sure. Trees laid down and power lines down too in Tawnytown and Springdale. Yep. Got that report. Hail has gotten bigger on that storm. Okay, let's look at the day 2 outlook, Zach, because we haven't done that yet.
Yeah, storm
and this is going to be for Sunday. Oh, I knew it. Bring that up on Weather 1. Enhanced risk. Not surprised in the least of that. There's the tornado potential. 10% tornado potential. Yep. Makes sense. That's when the energy slings in. Wind, yeah, I knew that would be high. And I'm going to guess hail is going to be medium. Yep.
In the dispatch reports.
Really?
Doug's going around looking for more.
Was it just those power lines?
So I think so.
But there were other ones that snapped too. I mean, we just don't know. It's late at night. It had to be a tornado.
Yeah. I called both Springdale and fire dispatch. Springdale fire and police dispatch. Is there another city I should call? Maybe they would assist? No.
No, I have no idea. I mean, just like, I have no idea.
I'll call Doug back and see.
About Lowell. Yeah, Lowell.
Lowell.
Maybe it wasn't a circulation. That I mean, it was a circulation. There's a lot of power flashes. I'm gonna take a look at that again because we've got them on here. Maybe we can spot the tornado. Yeah, a couple cloudy ground lightning strikes on this cell coming in, and I bet you that might prompt severe thunderstorm warning criteria there.
Yeah, I think it will. Okay, so we're talking about that the Sequoia County storms. So northwest Arkansas, nothing is severe, but you're just seeing heavy rain and lightning. So yeah, if you live in Rogers, I'm not worried about severe weather right now. Benton County, Washington County, you're pretty much. Well, actually, Washington County, I would still be on the alert because that line up to near Stillwell area looks pretty strong still. So southern Washington County. Yeah, things are winding down in Benton County for sure, but not everywhere. And 2 a.m. live. Yeah, Farmington, you're good. For the time being.
Look at those winds. These winds are really strong. Just looking at this review here. I didn't get the ones in the beginning though. But we were on it though. I think we were showing it at the time, weren't we?
Yeah. But yeah, this
Yeah. Did you not see those?
No, I did.
Right there, man. That just
But this storm in Sequoia County will likely go severe because of hail.
I put up with Jesse and him and Doug just talked to an officer in Springdale. They say that the power lines only make damage I found. However, I am going to call Rogers and Lowell.
there's more because look, I've got it right here. Look. You can see it right here. Watch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just reading the comments. That's why it's going quiet for now. But
you don't get. Here's the power lines. Watch. You're gonna see them explode right there.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna see more. And look at the lights flickering. Maybe it was just strong winds. Maybe it was just the rear flank downdraft. It sure looked like power flashes that were in a clustered area. There's more. See?
Yeah.
And then look, there's lights going out. So that's got to be damage.
Yeah.
That's looking north from Springdale.
I'll call Rogers.
Look at you can see the lights flickering there.
Mm-hmm. I'll call Rogers and Lowell real quick, and then I'll call Dan back, or I'll call Doug back and see if he found anything else from the officer.
I mean, it's late at night. They're not going to see anything, you know. But I've heard this. This is what I've got. There's a severe thunderstorm warning. So this is what I've heard. Reports, damage reports, 412 just north and west of Mama Z's. So that's where the damage was. Trees down, power lines down, continued close eastbound along and just north of 412 with power pole damage. One report off roof damage in Harbor Meadows.
That's where Doug is right now.
Yeah, we looked at it. We just looked at the risk. Hydra, we just looked at it. Here it is, enhanced risk. Now for tomorrow, here's the risk for tomorrow. more severe weather, but they did shift that tornado potential down to the south. Yeah, it was a train coming overhead. I mean, it's got to be. Power line snapped in front of Crane Buick, Kubota. You know, future radar doesn't do much. It's not perfect, but we will show it, Ashley. So we'll take a look at that here. This is the future radar. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom out. So first of all, it doesn't even, it's not doing too bad. There's the storms coming in, and then it just continues to storm. But then it turns into a heavy rain and flash flooding threat. And then when we look at the newest one here, oh, see, that time I'm included in the warning in Fayetteville. Fayetteville's turn for some thunder. Anzac, a little bit of rotation again. It's possible. It's balanced.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning, and it's starting to rotate too. In fact, here's what we're going to do. We're going to show you on Mega Doppler. Here's the next storm coming through. There's the circulation. It's QLCS tornado potential. It's got it written all over it. You okay, Zach?
Yep.
Getting tired? Yeah. You've been working your fanny off, man. Oh, that's got a lot of lightning to it. So, I was always come through at night, man. Seriously.
That's how it goes around here.
I know. Oh, look at the low-level jet. Bring up Lincoln Weatherbug Network Cam. There's no wonder there's tornadoes tonight. Look at those clouds, man. They are hauling. They are moving fast. That's insane. Probably need to get on again, huh?
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah.
Still pretty broad rotation.
Yeah, that's how the other one started, though.
Yeah, it's in the same atmosphere, same dynamics potentially. Same track, but just south.
Can't see anything in this. Not as good. So that cell's moving northeast. Yeah, very elongated circulation on that. A lot of dead air. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, that's the Lincoln camera looking at this next storm.
Yeah, we're looking at it straight south. You won't be able to see anything. It's totally shrouded in rain. It will be completely rain wrapped. But here's what we're going to watch for. We're going to be watching for this right here, this circulation. If this tightens up and becomes gate to gate, something we're going to watch. There is a tornado warning in Texas right now. Where is that? Down here. So it shows you the conditions are there. Balanced. We do have a view looking northwest on this, but we have the view of the tower. Let's see. Oh, yeah, you can see the lowering on that.
Yeah, I'll do a track on that.
Yeah. Oh. Before you do a track on them, I'm going to do this real fast. Now, we are looking into a tower, but you can definitely see the base of the thunderstorm off in the distance. Of course, the northwest view is blocked, right, Zach?
Yep.
But that's looking into that storm, that severe thunderstorm warning that is coming towards Fayetteville. So let's do a track on that. Cloudy ground lightning strike, pretty impressive one there too. Oh, someone just got that boom. Anytime you have a larger hail core like that, shows you it's a more intense storm. Oh, it's starting to wrap up again, Zach. Let's get ready.
Do the latest track and weather one.
Okay. Got to power through, Zach. We got to do this, man. Power
Yes,
through.
this storm is moving pretty quick, around 50 miles
Yeah.
per hour. Prairie Grove, 213, Farmington, Fayetteville, West Fork, Elkins. So now it's Washington County. It used to be Benton County. Now we're talking about Washington County.
So this storm, they're talking about how the low-level rotation is increasing and the low-level helicity is increasing, and that is very impressive for this storm motion. Tell me, I'm going to do a calculation here real quick.
Yeah, so pretty much if you live in Washington County, have a plan in place. I wouldn't go to bed if you live in Washington County because that's where this cluster is going. A lot of people losing power. Centerton power went out.
Yeah. It's got to be. So it's got to be a northeast and easterly storm motion. So if this storm starts right turning, it would have tornado potential a little bit more. What's that storm motion, Zach, on your thing? Set the storm motion for the warning. What does it show on Mega Doppler? Right click. Yeah. And then what is it?
232 at 42 knots.
Yeah, critical angle is only 27.
Yeah, if you live upstairs in a second floor apartment, you do not want to be there.
But Springdale is not going to be in the rotation area. What you got?
I'm saying
Yeah.
Dan. Doug drove by Mama Z's. He can't find any damage, but he's going back to Harbor Meadows to try and double
Okay.
check.
All right.
I
Interesting.
haven't gotten any report of structural
I
damage from
called-
Colby Ward or Ryan Limbury.
Okay.
Same
All right.
power lines.
All right.
I called Rogers, Lowell, and Springdale.
And Frankie Shepard.
There are power flashes all over the
All
place.
over the place.
But you don't think it was a tornado, or do you think it was?
Well, Ryan told me all the power lines are facing north.
Okay, so maybe it was just straight line winds.
I think so, but we'll see. The sun's not up right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we won't know the full extent, but I haven't gotten any reports.
Okay. All right.
I was pushing fire. Do we know you might?
Say again.
Do we know you might?
Oh, yeah. Just in case. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, a lot of people asking about specific areas. Pretty much if you live in Washington County, I wouldn't go to bed just yet.
There it is. I knew there was something on I-49. There's multiple emergency vehicles in the southbound lane of I-49 near Pinnacle Parkway.
But it's just an accident, huh?
Pretty big accident.
Yeah.
Big one.
We got to be watching this cell, Zach and Josh. It's coming into Southwest Washington County.
Yeah, that one's been interesting.
The shear vector is not great though, but QLCS tornadoes do all sorts of different stuff. So,
Have you seen the recent meso analysis?
No, I have
That
not.
0 to 3 kilometer cape? Because the RAP sound
Upticked.
showed it
Upticked
expanding.
big time. Huh? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, maybe it didn't touch down. It sure looked like it. I mean, power flashes everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it was a strobe effect,
Yeah.
which typically you see from tornadoes. May have been a brief tornado. You know,
Yeah.
maybe it just skirted the ground really quick,
Had to, yeah.
which is why we didn't see a CC drop because debris wasn't actually getting lofted.
No.
But I'd be shocked if that was a tornado based on that video.
Yeah. But the power poles could still be all leaned, you know, in one direction, and it could still be inflow into the tornado. So I don't know. We'll see. The rotation was there, the circulation was there, everything was there.
And it ramped up really quickly.
There is some circulation working into southern Washington County.
That storm.
The ingredients are there for these storms to rotate.
Southern Washington County hasn't seen a whole lot of rain at all.
Yeah, so the instability is there. It's an untapped atmosphere. And I really think late morning today in counties like Logan, Scott County, I think that could be potentially, if the sun comes up in the morning briefly, I think that area could be the worst. But those are models, and those are usually not doing the best. But as of right now, just a severe storm warning. We're watching it closely.
Where is your I'm gonna look and see.
Some more hail up there in Benton County, actually. But it's pretty small.
Where is oh, look at this.
Yeah, so we're not on TV right now just because we just have one severe storm warning. It's really not affecting a highly populated area, but it's moving towards the Interstate 49 corridor and it should be there. It's moving 50 miles per hour, so we could do a track, and we actually have one on weather 2. Weather 1, I mean. There it is. If I actually move this that way. So Fayetteville area around 2:30 in the morning. So it might be quiet right now, but pretty soon Fayetteville is going to be seeing the rain and lightning, the winds really picking up. We could look at Mount Sequoia and see what it looks like.
We're gonna have to watch this storm
No.
in southern Washington County.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some nudgers there. Man. Yeah, I've seen some folks commenting in Winslow. You need to keep an eye on the storm.
Here you go. I mean, there is just power flashes like crazy.
I see lightning from Mount Sequoia, but it's more southern Washington County where we really have to keep our eye on.
I know. Maybe it was a refund done back, you know, but either way, it was damaged. It was a thing.
Yes.
Pretty sure I saw them.
Yeah, we're not really worried about Rogers right now. I just see that comment about Rogers. Up there, it is raining.
Oh,
it is lightning, but
No doubt.
nothing immediate as of right now, though, because that could change. But I don't think for the rest of the
There's
night.
a lot more too. Watch.
Oh my goodness. Brief drill bit.
It's really southern Washington County that we have to watch. But still, it's a severe storm warning. Just west of Devil's Den State Park.
Yeah.
Racing. Look at that.
Be on the lookout for that storm, Zach. I just want to post this to show them. How can I take a screenshot of this? Can I clip it?
You
have to have YouTube Premium.
Nice.
So yeah, Fayetteville, Johnson, Prairie Grove, West Fork, they're all included in the watch. Or I mean the warning. We still have the watch until 3 o'clock in the morning though.
That's another superstar right there.
Yeah.
What's up, Ben?
There's no doubt about that. Very healthy storm.
Yeah, but it's not from SRX.
Yeah, Zach, we're gonna have to watch this one
The
very
Outflow?
closely.
Oh no, yeah.
I
Yeah.
know we had
So it
folks
looks better
wondering
from
about
LZK.
Winslow,
Yeah.
Brentwood, West Fork. That's kind of where the storm is tracking right now. So you need to be keeping a
I'm
close eye on this.
clipping
At
this.
the very least,
segment here.
I would anticipate
of the
these
power
areas to
line
experience some
flashes. What do you
strong
think? Think it
winds
was a tornado?
along that line right there
Yeah, I do too.
as it moves off to the north and east. How fast is this moving right now?
It was 50.
About 50 miles per hour.
Yeah,
So it's going to be there pretty quickly.
50 miles per hour.
Okay,
But
well, I
these
appreciate it,
areas
man.
still
I gotta
have
run.
quite a bit of instability because as
Yeah.
Where did you send it?
As we moved throughout the day, we didn't see a whole lot of shower and store development in those
I can show you
locations.
that.
Yeah. So Zach's got a great graphic here. I love this graphic. Shows the instability.
Yeah.
Look at that. You still have the instability axis right there over Washington County. So it's still got plenty of fuel. And like you said,
Further
the River
south.
Valley is not out of the woods at all.
Look at
because-
down here in the floor count. That's some pretty decent instability.
Yeah. So there's no storms that really along and south of Interstate 40 right now, but that will change.
Yeah. We can show you future tracks. Probably people do want to see that. It's a short range future track.
They triple R.
So yeah. This is not current. This is what could happen. Doing a decent job.
Doing a pretty good job, honestly, with what's going on right now.
See, I don't like this. Like late morning in Logan, Scott County. I think that could be a problem.
What is that significant tornado parameter looking like?
Yeah.
I'm interested to see that too.
So let me zoom in on this so we can get a good view.
Still there in the River Valley though, even in that wide view. Scott County.
Yeah, but that's right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go forward in time. So, yeah, it doesn't really.
Corridor.
Yeah, that's a new one. I haven't seen this yet. It doesn't really go away until late morning.
Yeah. So we'll have to keep an eye on that tornado potential, especially along and south of Interstate 40 through about 10, 11 o'clock.
Yeah, would you see Easter Sunday though?
I knew it was going to uptrend. 10%
Yeah.
tour with that enhanced risk.
Yeah.
That makes sense. The rapid destabilization.
I do not like Sunday at all.
We
Just-
talked about that this morning.
Zoom ahead to Sunday. So here's late morning.
Look how rapid that is. So you go from like zero instability to 2,000, 3,000 K.
It's when the energy comes in.
I mean, yeah, that's legit. Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, like that's really when the main energy comes in. Is going to be
Yep.
Sunday, and you can see it turning negative. It's a lot of lift. But we're still watching these storms. The atmosphere is unstable.
Yeah. You know, that's crazy when you mention the vorticity because this is just like little subtle pieces of
Yeah.
energy in the southwest flow. The main piece of energy doesn't swing through until Sunday afternoon.
True.
So
Yeah.
it shows you just how dynamic this system is.
Yeah.
Very dynamic.
Yeah. Multiple rounds. Yeah. So we're not done with these storms.
That's a tornado possible.
Yeah.
On that. It makes sense.
just upgraded it.
Just upgraded. You see that darker orange outline.
Yeah. So,
So
we
we'll
might
see
have
it
to
up
think
there.
about you want to zoom in on Mega Doppler and show you that.
Yeah. I don't think it's updated on here.
Guess
yet.
what? This camera is.
What's the
facing the door.
we can show the update though on this on WSI real quick. I can zoom in on that severe thunderstorm.
Oh, look at this base. Baby.
Yeah, that was a great view.
Look at this base. This is looking north from that kisser camera. And you can see the lowering off in the distance. That is a well-defined lowering.
Looks pretty similar to what we saw.
Yeah, and it's even got a clear slot too. Like
Yeah.
you said, very similar.
Very similar to Springdale.
Oh, that camera, when we were looking at Lincoln, that had a really impressive lowering.
Lincoln was clutch. Great camera view of that. So let's go to Max 1 here real quick, Zach, so you can see that. And there it is, tornado possible now in that storm.
Yeah, Crawford, Washington County.
There's some nudger potential there. There's
Yeah,
a couple of cells on the backside of that storm that could nudge into it. And you can actually see that right now. It's happening right now. If we go back a few scans on Mega Doppler here, what I'll show you is, see these little cells right here, just off to the west of Cedarville just a few moments ago? Those are now nudging into the rear flank of the storm.
a little cell interaction.
Little cell interaction. And we know that can cause problems. And look at that. Looks a little bit tighter there on normalized rotation. So as Dan mentioned earlier, a lot of times with these QLCS setups, you're going to see elongated, pieces of rotations on NROT. But at the same time, that's how it kind of works with these types of systems. You're not
Yeah.
going to see like strong tornado potential showing up on NROT because of, the nature of these kind of storms.
Yeah, they're not isolated supercells.
Right. Whoa. Whose camera is that right there? And the
I think it's an iDrive.
iDrive. Is that somebody's live viewer?
I think it's Denton. He's showing iDrive.
Okay, cool. I think
Yeah.
that's that accident that's in the northbound lane of I-49.
Yeah.
Pretty significant accident. There was a bunch of emergency vehicles there. I was driving along I-49.
I'm still wondering if that was a tornado. I think it was. I think it really was. Look at that
Very brief.
lowering.
Yes.
Can you see that on the kisser camera?
Let's go to that
Yeah.
kisser cam.
I'll tell you what. Just
Oh yeah.
Is it in here yet?
oh yeah, it is. Top right.
Oh, yeah. There it is.
Look at this lowering.
We should just keep an eye on this, and I'll watch Mega.
Yeah,
Doppler.
yeah. Just yeah.
Let's just keep it on that. I mean, it's much better seeing a visual.
For now.
Yeah.
And then we'll let people know. Siloam is fine. Severe thunderstorm warning for Fayetteville with a tornado possible. Siloam Springs, Bentonville, anyone in Benton County, good night. You're done.
I agree. Yeah.
No more tornado potential, no more severe weather potential. You'll still have rain and thunderstorms, but most dangerous storm is this one right here. And that's starting to get that look, isn't it?
It is.
Fayetteville is
absolutely
not
is.
going to need to take cover. This storm is going to be passing south of Fayetteville.
But Brentwood and West Fork, you need to keep an eye on this for sure. The storm's moving east-northeast at about 50 miles per hour right now. Springdale, you're good to go.
Look at that lowering.
Springdale, you're good to go to bed. Wow, that is impressive.
That is a very nice lowering. Very nice
You know,
in terms of storm spotting. But
this-
not, yeah, look at that.
This cell is very well vented.
Can you see it? Let's see. You can't see it as well on the. Yeah, you can. Oh yeah, you can see it on the camera for sure. Tawny Town's good. You're done. Everybody's asking about different places.
If you're in Benton County, you're good.
Yeah,
Springdale, you're
Let's
good.
go to bed.
Go to bed. Get some rest because you'll need it. There's more storm potential this weekend.
As I said, there, he said it. Anyone in Benton County, good night. You're done. That means Rogers. Yeah, don't ask for any.
I like that guy.
Yeah.
He's just saying what we're all thinking.
Let's do a storm track on this. Let people know where this is headed. But that's still, yeah, that's tightening up again. Doesn't quite have the look of the other cell. But here, let's do a storm track on this.
Yeah, it's moving east-northeast.
Let you know which way this is headed.
I think Zach probably should go home.
Yeah, I think he's done.
I think that's yeah.
Yep.
Because he's going to need to have rest for
think
this
he's-
afternoon.
think he is running on fumes,
Yeah.
man. I get it. All right, so moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. I'm just gonna
Speed
drink
up a little bit there.
I'm just gonna drink a Baja Blast.
That's how it's done. I had a dirty Baja Blast,
Oh,
Taco
yeah.
Bell. I didn't sleep at all. I got home and I was just watching the Storms
Yeah.
after the game. And got a dirty Baja Blast that has vanilla cream in it.
Oh,
It's pretty interesting.
no, no, if I'm gonna like that one.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the track of this cell. Tornado possible, meaning that the storm could prompt tornado warning criteria.
Maybe he looks a little bit less impressive.
Yeah.
there,
But
but
starting to fall apart a little bit, but you do see that reflectivity core drop on the southwest side right here. So look at the velocities. Still there. But yeah, starting to look a little less impressive. It's right now over Devil's Den State Park. So if you're doing some camping, watch out. That storm will probably have some strong gusty winds. Power plant 254, Elkins 256. Like we mentioned, in the southeast side of Fayetteville. Fayetteville's done. Fayetteville's getting a lot of rain. I hear it. It's coming down. We'll probably hear some big rumbles of thunder, but most dangerous portion of the storm is going to pass
Man.
south of Fayetteville. There is also a hail core
it's a
too.
pretty big hail core.
Yeah, we're looking at quarter-size hail.
And that'll be moving towards Brentwood. West Fork could see some hail as well. Devil's Den State Park.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Probably is.
It is.
Someone
Bye-bye.
mentioning this looks too unorganized. Hey, Zach.
Yeah.
We're going to cut you loose, man, since Josh is here, so you can go home.
So you get rest.
Yeah, so you can get rest for this afternoon
Yeah.
because you'll be working.
We're just going to do rotating shifts since Peyton's out. Let's go back to the hail.
You know what we can do?
Mhm.
A lot of people don't know their counties. So I'm going to help them out.
Oh, I
real
like
quick.
this. Yeah.
So here's the counties right here. Benton, Carroll, put the reflectivity on there. So Benton County, you can see anywhere within Benton County, you're done. Southern Washington County needs to watch that storm. Madison County, that storm's coming in. But anyone that's within Benton County, you're done. Eastern Oklahoma, done. Storms are over. Not done in the River Valley, as additional storms will probably be developing, but we don't see anything yet. But there you see the different counties that are on there.
Yeah, we normally don't show this on here because it just becomes a little bit too busy,
Too cluttered,
too cluttered. But it's good to show now.
but there's the rumbles of thunder.
a little spicy there.
Yeah.
little crackle.
Pretty good rain coming down.
Absolutely.
We also got a camera here. iDrive Arkansas camera.
Yeah, I didn't pull that up. That was of that accident, which I think has been cleared now.
Yeah.
Hopefully everybody's okay.
Looks like that circulation started to weaken on the newest rotation scan.
I agree. Good spectrum.
It's rocking here in Wilson Park.
It's a good description.
Spicy. No, that's good.
Spicy.
Someone say
Spicy.
that a meme?
Yeah, that's a meme.
It's gotta be a meme.
Dude, you know, I speak in memes.
No kidding. You speak meme.
I speak meme. Yeah, it definitely doesn't look as impressive, but you know what we might have just seen?
You want to see something? I'll show you. So this is what we were watching earlier, and let's just do this here.
I can check out some stuff on Twitter.
Why is that not loading up on mine?
The only thing I was going to say real quick,
Yeah,
Dan,
sorry.
was that there was a bit of a cell interaction
Yeah.
about 20 minutes ago with this cell.
Okay.
I think we saw destructive interference
Ah,
rather than
yeah.
constructive interference. Not every cell interaction is going to prompt enhanced tornado potential. It's like the basketball, right? If you palm the basketball, it's going to fall apart. If you spin it the correct way, it's going to be able to take off. Why is it doing that?
I don't know.
That is really weird.
I have no idea.
But in this situation, if I go back a few scans, here's that cell that was interacting with the storm. And it was starting to ramp up a little bit more in southwestern Washington County. But notice as that cell interacts with that storm, that rotation kind of starts falling apart. So we might have seen destructive interference with that particular cell interaction. So it is something that Cameron Nixon has observed and talked about. He says not every
Don't ever get to sleep.
didn't
Yeah,
even get to
yeah.
sleep. Yeah.
Yeah, cell interactions for
Yes,
sure.
Yes. But it's fascinating stuff. Very fascinating. Every environment's different. Nice.
Yeah, I'm going to show this real quick. Clip this. When that storm was initially coming in, go into here. Here, audio, share audio. Whoops, window.
That one right there.
Oh, I can't do that because that's not the same tab. There we go. Okay, we're going to share this real quick. This is the video that came from, and I'm going to make sure it's on there. So yeah, it is. I'm going to bring it up full screen. You're going to be able to hear the audio, but you're going to see what we call power flashes. Power flashes. We've got power flashes. We got a lot of power flashes. Can you see them on our WeatherBug Network camera from our Arkansas Children's? Right now. Lots of power flashes, folks. This is on the ground. Power flashes. And they're all focused in a certain area, and then they continue, and then they're moving. You can see that. We've got a tornado on the ground, folks. Very definitive. Those are power flashes, and we've got that on our WeatherBug Network camera from Arkansas Children's Northwest. More power flashes. If it's not from the tornado, it's from some really strong winds, but it's been constant. Power flashes. Yes. We've got power flashes. We got a lot of power flashes. Can you see them on our WeatherBug Network camera from our Arkansas Children's? Lots of power flashes, folks. This is on the ground.
Slow motion.
Power flashes.
It happens in the same area like that. That's typically a tornado.
You get it. You can back to this.
That kisser camera again, and then see a little update on that base.
Just pop them in the kisser.
Kisser. Pow.
That's what it is. Pop them in the kisser. Yeah. So not much anymore, but you can see maybe a little bit of outflow dominant. Looks like an elevated storm now.
I would agree.
So yeah, that was in Taneytown earlier. Yep. Tough to see what that was, but definitely some flashes.
Zach heading to the gym?
Well, no, Jim's closed.
Oh, I thought it was 24/7.
That was a replay.
On Fridays.
Yeah, it was a replay. It was a replay of this live stream.
Saturday or Sunday. Which is stupid.
That is one.
All right, Zach. Thanks for your help.
The legend.
No, is that from INX though? Let's go to.
Yeah, we need to go to Fort
Let's go to
Smith.
Fort Smith. We're gonna switch radars.
I didn't even realize we're on.
Pop them into spicy kissa.
Pow, pow.
Yeah.
Right in the spicy kisser.
Is that a meme too?
I mean, I just invented
You
one.
just
Maybe.
invented one.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Now you're gonna see me like on a meme compilation now or something like that.
Oh, Ryan Lemry, I'm a big fan of you giving a live report on that.
You did a good
tornado.
job.
Yeah,
Attaboy, Ryan.
loved it.
Yes. That's my storm chasing partner right there.
I mean, if it didn't touch down, it was very close. It was a loud train overhead. This is showing a little more rotation signs. Let's go back here. Mega Doppler, cell interactions. Now remember, it is parallel to the radar beam, so that's not helpful. But that's something we need to watch for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Purple haze. Get out of there.
Let me look at that northeast.
You know, these things can ramp up very rapidly. We do have quite a bit of low-level instability still in place. You were looking at the meso skill analysis. So we'll still have to keep an eye on this.
Yep. Super loud in Winslow, and that's where it is.
Yep.
So we have autumn right here. So we're watching this circulation. It's not strong enough to prompt anything. There is that tornado possible still warning, which makes sense with the environment.
Yeah, it is.
Wait a little bit.
Yeah.
Quite a bit of lightning,
Some hail too.
some hail. Yeah, that's actually lifting into Fayetteville right now.
Yeah, that's wait a little bit.
Yeah, we'll wait a little bit. I want to drive through that.
Nah.
Trash.
Can this end? I want McDonald's. Sure, you can end it anytime you want.
Yeah,
And just close her out.
exactly. Get some nuggies.
Loud in Farmington. Farmington's getting hail right now. No, it's not a tornado warning, but it's spicy.
Spicy. Is that
You
the
have-
new
you
word
have-
of the
You
day?
have to say it a certain way.
Spicy. But I can't do it anymore because my voice is gone.
Spicy.
Spicy.
Too many baseball games, Josh?
Too many baseball games, dude. I don't want to talk about what just happened.
Dude, we saw you on the TV the other night.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh really?
Dude.
That's probably sad.
No, you were hyped. It
I,
was like the 8th inning.
Let's
never
do a
sad.
track on this. Springdale just got massive wind.
really?
Mm-hmm.
Spring? Just now?
Yeah. Right on the leading edge of that
Yeah, I
line.
guess that makes sense. Yeah.
People want to
yeah.
track,
Let's do a
and
track.
I understand. That makes total sense.
Let me look at the latest warning to make sure we have the correct speed. So it's moving northeast at 50.
Okay.
right now.
Now, I'm just going to do the most dangerous portion of the storm, and then I'll do another track.
Yep.
Let me see what we got. So you saying 50?
50. Yeah, that was the latest update. That lightning over Mount Sequoia right now. Oh man.
You want to take that northeast. Make sure that this is good. Yep, that looks good. Okay. Oh yeah, that thing is moving. All right, go ahead and we'll look up weather 1.
Mhm.
And there's the track with the storm.
Josh, when you guys end the stream, make sure you go on the live blog and delete the link to this stream.
Oh yeah, that's very
If that
important.
makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't want people to click on that afterwards. That's thank you for that. That's a good point. That is very important.
So there's the rotation, and that's the area of the storm that we got to watch, and that's coming towards Japton at 3:00 in the morning, Huntsville 3:11, Huntsville 3:12. So we will have a good view of this storm in Huntsville.
Oh yeah, so happy we got that camera back.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and go to Huntsville and adjust that as necessary.
Kind of loud. New severe thunderstorm warning just
No
issued.
longer
Not tornado possible though.
just the base. Well, but still.
And there's the weather radio. Quarter size hail, 60 miles per hour winds.
And it's headed right towards Huntsville.
This is south of Fayetteville, moving northeast. Yep.
Oh, all these raindrops. You got some windshield wipers.
Get that speed dry.
Dude, that
Yeah,
does
it doesn't.
nothing.
That it doesn't.
Doesn't
do.
do nothing.
No.
It does make the wasp mad though.
Yeah.
Man, I wonder if our pool's flooding.
You said this is gonna be the ultimate test.
Yeah, you have a camera, right? Check it out.
Yeah.
That's a big severe thunderstorm warning.
Man, I keep losing my phone today.
It's probably not a bad thing.
Probably not a bad thing. I mean, true.
Yeah.
Especially a day like today.
Well, during a severe storm coverage,
Yeah.
I kind of want to have the phone.
Well, I mean,
But,
dude, I was
dude,
blowing up
like,
the
you ever
phone.
just do a phone like a day without a phone?
So, you know, at the Masters, they don't allow phones.
Yeah.
You know, I'm trying to get tickets to that
Dude, I thought I was gonna turn the TV on and see you there.
at the
The Masters.
Masters. I'll be there one day. So, this is a look at the latest severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. Again, this goes until 3:45 a.m. Very large severe thunderstorm warning, Zach. very large.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yes. So this does include Carroll, Madison, Washington County. It goes until 345, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail. We'll go back to Mega Doppler real quick because we just want to kind of observe this storm again. With the Fort Smith radar, so the radar beam is paralleling the storm.
Yeah, it's not the best radar to see rotation.
Exactly, but also Tulsa's too far away from it as well.
Yeah.
So it's kind of in that weird spot, but Christina's the goat.
Did we have anybody calling the 4413 line?
No, we haven't.
So
No, I mean I'm talking about like it back around like 148 because it said
based on what
I
I'm seeing
tried
right now,
calling the
Zach,
phoner line and other multiple lines.
Not seeing
could
anything.
not get through.
too
Yeah,
troubling.
yeah,
So we had to
nothing
discuss
too
sometime how to
crazy.
fix that.
The only
So-
person we had called was Doug. Around
Strong winds.
But
You're
on
going
the
to
phone
experience
line,
some
but
strong
everything
winds in
else, like
Durham,
in the control
and
room,
Elkins,
The only thing I had
and
was
Japton,
Master.
and Huntsville. But
Master called my line.
Okay.
immediate tornado potential.
I
that
wo- I
doesn't really-
wonder- I wonder what,
Yeah.
the dynamics are.
So we looked at meso analysis.
Did you look at this?
We did. Yep.
Um,
So there's still quite a bit of 0.3 kilometer cape.
Yeah,
But
there is
it's
some
kind of
level of
falling
stability.
apart. And it's
Okay,
kind of
sounds
narrow.
good. All right.
It's a
Yeah,
very narrow corridor, 0.3 kilometer cape right now.
it's exactly where
No,
that severe
no.
storm warning
So,
is.
can you go back to that real quick? And does it have the ability to look at the wrap?
Oh
Potentially.
yeah, it does. Yeah.
So, I mean, there's 0.3 kilometer cape in the River Valley. later
This is
morning.
always not. Well, yeah. See, it builds back in.
Yeah, in the River Valley,
Yeah.
which makes sense because there hasn't been any storms in the River Valley yet.
Yeah.
So we'll have to watch that later this morning if storms initiate, which they will in the River Valley eventually.
And they extended the severe thunderstorm watch just now.
They did.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
Because it's getting close to 3 a.m. So
Yeah.
they extended it farther northeast.
Mm-hmm. So again, some folks are asking about tornado potential right now. We're not seeing that with this particular storm. It's kind of weakened a little bit when it comes to that. But as Zach always mentions with these QLCS type events, they can ramp up really quickly. So we just got to keep watching the radar.
Yeah.
Problem is that as they continue to shift to the east, they get farther from the Tulsa radar. We still have that parallel view of the storm from Fort Smith, but we have no choice but to use Fort Smith.
Yeah. Yeah. We're in a bad spot for radars. We're in a radar hole, is what we call it, because,
Yeah.
well, we got Tulsa, we got Fort Smith, and we got Springfield, which are pretty far away from Northwest Arkansas. It would be nice to have one,
We're trying. We're trying to get one. We're
Fayetteville,
trying to get one
Madison
local.
County.
And we're trying to get one that would be Kessler Mountain would be a brilliant spot.
Oh, absolutely.
You'd be able to get everything. And the radar fade is very limited. So no, Northwest Arkansas does not have a radar. There's so many corporations here. We're trying to get it funded. We're working on it. We really are. We've gotten bids on several companies. And so we're still continuing to do that.
That'd be awesome to get one. It'd be so clutch. I think this storm has weakened a little bit.
No, there's a lot of lightning.
But a lot
Just
of
now.
lightning. Let's look at the. Let me turn on the lightning here.
Yeah, I see your comment, Cheryl. On temperatures decreasing rapidly usually decreases severe storm potential because there'll be less water vapor in the air as we cool.
I'm at this northern storm right here near Eureka Springs and Perryville. That's producing some hail right now. It's got actually a little bit more lightning than that storm in Huntsville. Interestingly enough. See that storm right there in Eureka Springs?
Yeah.
That one's a little bit stronger right now. The hail looks like it's below severe limits, but there is still some small hail. It has downtrended a little bit in regards to that. I think now it's starting to run into kind of a skinny cape area, a very narrow area
Yeah.
of cape, of instability.
Still there.
Still there.
And, while there's a break in the action, I think I might leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because I'll be back here tomorrow afternoon
You
to
will.
cover more storms, but going to hand it off to Josh. And you got this.
Yes, well,
Yeah.
you don't want to know. You don't want to know what I've been doing sleep-wise. So.
Has it been pretty bad?
Well, it's not. It's not very swole.
Well, you don't need sleep. You're just
Yeah.
always wired.
That's true.
We
That's
went
true.
on that storm chase, and you were like, "Listen,
I slept 3 hours last night. I was going to take a quick 10-minute nap. You took a 10-minute nap. You came back. You were hyped up.
I was ready to go.
Rock and roll.
Hey, I'm always ready for a storm chase. Here's the problem. The problem is that when I was supposed to, like, my adrenaline boost, the thing that was supposed to give me more adrenaline was the Arkansas A&M game, and we just fell apart.
A&M was giving Arkansas some trouble.
Well, I blame the Lightning.
Yeah.
Because it was 3-2. We still had Jimenez in, and then it just all fell apart. But, yeah, I'm going to show you on the webcam here real quick.
We just extended that so we're just going to watch till 5 a.m.
Zach right there at Swole King. Signing off for the night.
Yep. Yeah.
Ready for more storm. This is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing this shift schedule all weekend. Yo, that scared me for a minute. That scared me for like 5 seconds. We stopped talking for 5 seconds.
I was so confused. I thought that was live.
If you guys didn't hear that, Dan was replaying his video where he said, "Whoa, power flashes!"
Sending my wife it just to show her what she missed when she was sleeping.
I thought that was live.
Dude, I was like, "Oh my goodness, we're talking about."
Maybe we will have it on
I know.
Bill's camera. All right, go. Oh, see, there's the southern end.
There it comes again.
It's a lot of cells out ahead of it. It's not quite the same like that other one.
The other one was very well vented.
We have a lot of people on.
Mm-hmm.
We never got through that QLCS tornado research.
I know you.
I was doing it, but then we had to. People were freaking out, and rightfully so. We had to cover it. But I wanted to show why I was so concerned about that tornado potential. I'm not sure if it was a tornado. I think it was, but if it wasn't, regardless, it was strong enough winds to snap those pretty large power lines. So,
Zach, take it easy, man.
See you guys. Have a good one.
later, man. All right. So going back to this, if you want to, I promise we'll get back to the radar here shortly, but I want to zip ahead and kind of talk about. We had very, very strong low-level winds, and we find the balance UDCZ, which is it was balanced. There's cold pool dominant, there's shear dominant, and then there's the balance region. We were in the balance region, which is the most likely area for tornadoes. So a little bit south of that line, you have the cold pool that's racing out. And so the next ingredient that you're looking for is that 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear. Now, what we mean by that is how strong the winds are aloft. If it's over 30 knots, that causes an environmental vorticity shear rotor. Okay, so you can see how the way that's spinning. Then you got the QLCS cold pool that comes in. That has a spin as well, but that spin is the opposite direction. So kind of like thinking about, if you have a pitching machine. Well, if you have a pitching machine, one wheel spinning faster than the other, the ball's going to fly a different way. Yeah.
I'm scared.
So let's.
at the plate.
That's probably the severe thunderstorm watch, right?
Last flood warning.
Oh, okay, not surprised
Here we
there.
go.
All right, we'll look at that. So the updraft is rearward leaning, and because it's rearward leaning, the cold pool spins faster. The updraft tends to be weaker. Tornado development not as likely. Next, we've got the shear dominant region. Now, not as likely area for tornadoes, but it could still happen. So you got the cold pool that comes in. The shear rotor is stronger than the cold pool. That's why it's called shear dominant. And the updrafts are forward leaning. Tornado development is possible, but not as likely. But tonight, we had the balanced region. And this is where you look for surges or bows along the line of thunderstorms. We had that. We had the reflectivity nub. We had a surging line that was making it balanced. And so now you get to see the cold pool rotor and the shear rotor that are both in the same speed. And what that does is that takes the storm and the cold pool and it pulls it up into the vertical, and that's called constructive interference. So when you have that 0 to 3 kilometer cape, which is what we were looking at, that shows you where you have that instability. That instability allows to take that horizontal spin, which is streamwise vorticity, and pull it up into the vertical. So that's your tilting and stretching that happens, which is what was taking place with that storm as it was coming in. And so the updrafts tend to be vertically deep and upright, constructive interference maximized. That's the most likely area for tornadoes.
Man. And you know what? You texted me at 7:30 saying, "Get ready." On that front, because you saw that on mesoanalysis, the big surge in the 0 to 3 kilometer instability, and we had 50 knots of 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear, which
And it was exactly line normal.
it was exactly line normal. Which again, it's greater than 30 knots, right? That's the bare minimum. 30
Yeah.
knots is the bare minimum kind of parameter that you look for. But the higher that bulk shear is, the more, I guess, kind of flexibility that storm has in the environment to like deviate in different motions and still produce tornado potential for a line normal storm.
Okay, so we got another alert. You heard it on the weather radio. You probably heard it on other stuff.
Bye.
What?
Somebody got blocked.
Oh, really?
It just popped up on there. I was like, bye.
All right, that's fine.
Yep.
So here's a look at the flash flood warning that's in effect. And so we can go to weather one. I can show you that goes till 7:45. Not surprised there because we had multiple training cells. We already have flash floods, and we're not even like close to done with this system.
I know, it's crazy.
And now you got more rain and thunderstorm activity that's coming into Fayetteville. But the good news is that this storm is not super strong at the moment, and we'll see. We'll continue to watch it. I don't see anything super major.
Not seeing anything major.
I'm going to take the camera though and point it south.
We're gonna watch it like a hawk. A lot of lightning, that is for sure. We're getting a fireworks show all evening, especially outside of Baum earlier this evening.
Did they ever
East to
finish the
north.
game?
They did.
They lose.
They lost 9-2. It was 3-2 going into the rain delay, and then they ended up losing 9-2. It's crazy. Look at that. More storms developing right now.
Yeah, just multiple.
You're going to see more flash flood warnings for Washington County pretty soon.
Oh yeah.
I guarantee it. This whole map's going to be filled up with flash flood warnings. I still don't see a whole lot of. Well, maybe this storm starts to initiate in the River Valley, but the River Valley right
It looks
now,
like it's outflow. Hit that play button. Loop that. I think this might be an outflow boundary. It is.
yeah, it is.
See that?
So that would help.
Yeah,
Initiate
that's an
some more
outflow
storms.
boundary. That's more outflow boundaries. Yeah. So that would help, but that would also undercut the storms and
Yep.
make them less tornado potential.
Yep, which is fantastic.
All right, we're looking at this, by the way, in case you're wondering.
We're just looking at another thing.
Yeah.
So what Dan and I were talking about, if you look here near the Stigler area, this little thin line, that's the outflow boundary that we're talking about. And, if those storms develop behind the outflow boundary, typically they just cause no issues, maybe some wind, maybe some small hail. If they develop ahead of the outflow boundary, that can prompt increased tornado potential. But right now, that's not happening. So we'll keep a close eye on it. Now, Dan, were you watching the satellite radar all day? Did that little boundary in Scott County ever move?
I don't know.
Did it eventually move?
I don't know.
I'm interested.
Yeah.
That thing was not moving all
No.
day.
And the time lapse too.
Yes, it's crazy. Yeah, we're starting to see a few storms try to develop in the River Valley, but
Yeah, the only thing that you got an alert for now is a flash flood warning if
Yep.
you're in Benton County.
yep.
That's still storms, still stuff, but not tornado potential. And that's why I know most of the people don't want to go to bed.
Yeah, but
Is because of the tornado potential.
yeah. But here's the deal. I think Fayetteville's good now too.
Yeah.
Fayetteville, you're good to go to bed. Washington County,
Okay. Good night.
good night.
Good night, Josh.
Yeah,
Oh,
hold on.
not me.
Hold on.
You're
Hold
just
on.
saying people in Fayetteville can go to bed.
Oh, great. Y'all have fun with that.
Here's Huntsville looking south from that camera.
Look at that lightning.
Yeah, definitely a lot of lightning. and
Yes.
A little bit of a circulation, but it's parallel to the
It's
beam.
parallel to the beam.
We'll just see if we see any power flashes. Man, why are QLCS tornadoes so hard? But I think there's a lot of over analysis, and it's like you got to look at what's actually happening and the conditions that are warranting.
Yes.
There is a lot of research that can be done on QLCS tornadoes. If it
Yeah.
was a tornado, it went unwarned.
I absolutely.
It had the tornado possible, but tornado possible
Well-
is not the same as a tornado warning.
I did not. When the tornado
yeah.
fell, when the tornado dropped, there was no tornado possible tag.
That's right. They had the
It
different
had it
warning.
before,
Yeah.
but not during that particular storm. And that's the thing, though. It ramps up so quickly. I mean, it can happen in a matter of seconds. And it was crazy because we were looking at the storm, and I was texting you. I know you were on live coverage, but just in case, I was like, "Seems like we're missing one ingredient right now." And then all of a sudden, bam!
How long were we on the camera? We were on there.
It
for
was about
long
a couple
time.
minutes.
Yeah, sorry about
Yeah,
that.
but
That was bad.
hey, it got fixed before the storm really took off. so.
Thanks to you. You called
Oh
us.
yeah.
Look at Joel Haskins. He's like, I'm done. I think I'm done with this live. I think I'm done with the live too, but we'll stay on
We'll
it.
stay
Severe
on.
weather threat is over for Benton County, Washington County. You're right. Absolutely, it's over.
Yep.
But not for Madison County. And whoa, this lightning is intense.
I just sit back and watch this all night.
We're watching the radar.
Mhm.
Can you please give us an update for Carroll County? That's a good question.
So you got this storm up here that's going on here.
Oak Grove looks interesting.
Yep. Got some hail potential there.
Stand by. Got to show it.
Yep. There's that storm that we were just
That
talking
was
about.
like a flash as those moved.
Of course it does that. That's how it works. So I will say this northern storm has had some pretty intense lightning.
And it's got a circulation with
and
it.
it does.
Look
have
at
that
Oak
too.
Grove right there.
Mhm. You can see that over the last few scans there. But it is very far away from the radar.
Which is even more so.
Yeah, 9,272 feet. Parallel as well.
Here, I'll look at SGS velocity signature.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Nothing really showing up.
Yeah, that kind of looks a little bit better though than the Fort Smith one. Maybe we should switch to Springfield. I mean, this is the storm right now to watch.
Yeah, we'll watch that closely.
Yeah. Okay, gotta watch this here, Dan. Southwest of Huntsville.
Yeah, and then we got that camera.
Do.
So here's what we'll do. We'll pop that up. Let's do this. Let's show Mega Doppler. Keep it on Mega Doppler. Okay. Hold on. I got this.
Oh yeah. Dan's about to do some wizardry here.
So we're going to put that on there. And then instead of going back and forth, we're just going to put the Huntsville camera on here. We'll see if we can see anything while we're looking at that circulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is starting to ramp up a little bit.
There's something to watch, and this is what we're looking at right here. So here's the camera in correlation with the with Mega Doppler. We're looking at velocity right now. What Dan's talking about is just off to the north of Japton and south of Huntsville, a little area right here that we have to watch very. Man, that lightning show is incredible.
Yeah. And people might be in Huntsville watching.
Yeah.
See if there's any power flashes again. I need to jump on here.
We're watching it.
That's really low.
Hey, man. That lightning is getting very intense.
Yeah.
That's always a telltale sign that the storm is strengthening. Oh, whoa, hold on.
What?
I saw maybe a lower base
Oh,
there.
there's definitely a lower base. It's right over those lights.
Yeah.
Which is the Huntsville Airport.
I saw a really good view of it. It was pretty raggy.
Whoa, look at how fast the clouds are moving in the
Yeah.
foreground.
I don't like the look of that storm.
No, I don't either. And that's got that nub too, doesn't it? Look at the normalized rotation. It's got to be getting stronger. Yeah.
Yep, it's going to be elongated. That's just how it works. But it's there. It matches up. It lines up with reflectivity and storm relative velocity.
Look at how fast those winds are going. Look at that. Look at that cloud feature in the foreground. That thing is just moving.
Yeah. That lightning has intensified.
Here's what we can do. We'll bounce back and forth. I'll show you the full screen so you can really see it. Here's the full screen. You can see how fast those clouds are moving. Man, those things are cooking.
Spicy.
All right, new radar scan.
Yep, let's look at that. Not quite there yet. Full velocity. That'll change in just a minute. Let's see. Go back.
Now we're gonna get shrouded. We're gonna get covered.
Yep. Might lose our view.
It's about
base.
to move through. Look at how fast those winds are going now.
Sheets of rain,
Looks like
sideways rain,
yeah.
maybe some horizontal rain curtains
Yep.
for sure. Oh man, getting drenched now. Getting drenched. Oh man, that is racing into the storm.
Pretty strong storm. That's why it's a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yep. So you're probably getting some pretty strong winds if you're in Huntsville right now. Probably hearing it outside.
This is the toughest place to cover storms because you got terrible terrain. It happens at night.
Yeah. If you want to really, I guess, hone your forecasting skills, come to Northwest Arkansas.
Yeah.
You know.
All right. So latest velocity. What does it look like?
Still there.
Look at the NROT. Yeah, still elongated.
Still elongated.
It's passing now.
Yep.
Wow, lightning is intense. Wow.
Woo!
Go back to this. There's a circulation.
That's why we can't take our eyes off of it. It's crazy. You have to watch for every single enhancement. Okay, that was really good.
Several people reporting sirens going. This was at 2:56.
I saw that.
So they must have thought that warning that came out was a tornado warning and it was a flash flood warning.
Yeah.
Sometimes lightning can strike too.
Whoa,
Yeah.
look at the hail.
Oh, that's about to come right at the camera.
Yo, you're right. Let's keep an eye on that.
All right. It's always a sign of the system strengthening. That's why you really got to watch it. You can tell this storm is brewing, man.
It's pretty gnarly hail core right there.
Yeah.
Oh man, here we go.
That's
Camera's shaking.
yep.
Camera's shaking.
Oh,
Big lightning strike. Winds are picking up. I think we're about to see some hail in just a moment here. My goodness.
bounce back to the radar real fast.
Still have that elongated
Ooh,
rotation.
I don't like
man.
that. I don't
Whoa.
like that. That's strengthening.
Whoa.
I don't like that at all. That's looking bad. Look at the circulation here. Do we need to get on that?
We might need to get on that. Let's get on the ball. I'd rather get on the ball.
Yeah.
That is strengthening. I mean, you can see it on the camera right now. So you got crazy inflow right now. This is all racing into the storm, and that's why you're seeing these very strong winds right now over the Huntsville camera.
Oh man.
My goodness, the lightning is going nuts. Yeah, we might need to get on the ball with this one.
You could tell that storm means business.
Absolutely. It's crazy how quickly it strengthens. Look at that wind. Very strong wind.
Yeah, that's rear flank downdraft. Look
Yep.
at this. Look at the new circulation showing up.
Oh boy, hey.
See if there's a descending reflect. Yep, descending
is.
reflectivity core.
There is.
So on the back edge, you've got the rear inflow jet, which is what we're seeing. There's the rear inflow jet circulation right here. It all lines up. And then the normalized rotation has increased more and more. Now the camera is pointing the wrong direction, so we got to move it southeast.
Man, the normalized rotation continues to ramp up. It's getting stronger.
Yeah, it is.
All right. I think this is.
If you're south of Huntsville, you want to be watching this.
I think this is getting close.
Yeah, if you live in Marble, and I know we do have someone that lives in Marble, they
Yeah.
ask all the time. Need to be getting to your tornado safe place,
Go ahead and do it right now.
and
better
that's
to
going to
get ahead of
be
the curve.
Edward's friend, Brendan.
Yep.
Brendan, if you're in the Marble area, need to be watching this storm close.
Let's see. So I'm keeping an eye on NWS chat as well, Dan. Making sure there's no updates there. I haven't seen any updates.
Yeah.
But we know how quickly these things can ramp up in our area. We've seen it before. We saw it this morning. I mean, we saw it just a couple hours ago. So if we think this this prompts us going wall to wall, we're gonna do it. And if I see one more scan, oh yeah. Normalized rotations dropped off just a little bit, but the storm could be cycling. It goes through these cycles sometimes, and it's still there. Oh yeah, you can definitely see that. Descending reflectivity. Still got some hail that's moving through Madison County as well. Is this storm going to hit Harrison? You know, maybe we should do a storm track on that.
Yeah.
So yeah, let me make sure the our speed is correct still. Now it's moving northeast at 60. So it's changed a little bit.
Yeah.
So
All right. I'll do
so
that.
Dan's doing that right now. I'm gonna keep an eye on the radar. Looking at the latest update. Still 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. No tornado possible tag on the storm, but it's got the look. And it might be cycling right now. So I'm not necessarily going to say it's weakening. It might just be going through a cycle. We'll have to watch that very closely.
Yeah.
So there's the storm track that Dan's doing right there. Then Marble, it's going to be on top of you within the next 5 minutes or so.
Let's see if that's a good track. Yeah, it looks pretty good.
It looks pretty good.
Yeah.
So Marble going to be on top of you in about 5 minutes. Rudd, 3:23 a.m. Osage, 3:25.
Just had a report here. Storm is about to cross highway south of Huntsville, getting better organized and low levels, but still broad. Storm is in better air east of the front outflow.
Yep. And it's got that narrow corridor of 0 to 3 kilometer cape to tap into.
Yeah.
It's taking the correct track.
Now, the good news is we do have our camera, and it should have a view from Gateway Mountain.
Oh, clutch. That's an incredible camera.
Yeah, the southwest view is blocked. Yeah, of
course.
But at least we can see through it.
Yeah. Between wickets.
Let me see something real quick. I think maybe I have to be looking due west. Yeah, we can do west.
So I know somebody in the comments was asking about Harrison. I think the storm will be arriving in Harrison within the next 30 minutes. You need to be keeping a close eye on this. The most dangerous part of the storm could be moving through Harrison as well.
Still broad.
Still broad
Circulation, but it is getting better organized.
Trying to get its act together. There's no storms out ahead of it like it had before.
And that's what Steve Cobb was talking about with better air.
Mm-hmm. Man, look at there's another cell we got to watch. Oh my goodness.
That's going to produce heavy rain for Washington County.
Yep. That should be moving northeast though, thankfully.
And what was those models not showing any storms at all? Remember that on the future?
Oh.
That's why people want to see the future track. It's like future crap.
Future garbage. Yeah, future crap. Oh my goodness, yeah.
I mean,
sell that.
A consultant will be like, never say that. Never say that your stuff is not good. It's a computer model.
Yeah.
It's not great.
It's not that great. And
let's look. The graph 3 kilometer barely had any storms today. And when you look at that, which is exactly what people, the weather channel apps and all that stuff, they just go based on reflectivity.
That's what you're going to see on your app. Yeah. So that's why it's so trash.
So here's a look at the 3 kilometer graph. If you want to see what it does, it doesn't bring anything else in, but we know more storms are developing.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
My goodness.
Multiple waves. There's that little bit of a break, though. I think there still will be a break during the year.
Maybe do the spring football game. Get your spring football game in. I don't know.
All right. So, anyways. Hey, Miana. She sent a picture of the downed tree too. I saw that. Local comedian is leading. I haven't seen. There's Miana. Nice.
Oh, nice.
That's cool.
Yeah. Is Eureka safe?
Off to bed. Good deal.
Yep. Eureka, you're good. I think Eureka Springs can go to bed.
How about Marble? Circulation's
Marble's
coming right
moving right
over
over.
Marble.
Right on top of you.
And we can't see it anymore. Go back to the reflectivity. I don't think from Huntsville we can see it. And I'll try. Springdale, Centerton's all clear. Yeah.
Is Goshen good? We good?
If I don't know where we is.
I don't know where we is. Yeah.
Huntsville.
yeah.
Oh man, Huntsville. Huntsville just had that storm come through. That got a little got a little dicey.
A little hairy. Probably very windy. Did you get hail at your house, perchance? Who was that? Cheyenne?
Oh, hail coming down in Alabama.
Yeah.
That's exactly where it is
Yeah,
too. It's
it's-
pretty small. It's probably going to be pea size.
Yeah. It dropped off a little bit, actually. The hail kind of dropped off.
Okay, so let's give a wide view here. What we've got.
Yep.
More storms coming in, and does it have the lightning? Imagine it
Sir,
does.
I bet it does. Yep. Quite a bit of lightning.
You know, even out of the tornado watch, I still had the tornado tie on.
That's true.
I knew to throw that on.
You knew to have it on.
I
Did
was
the
just
eight
like,
ball
I
tell
did
ya?
not like. No, I didn't like the QLCS tornado potential. But all right, let's give a rundown here. I'm gonna grab Mega Doppler. Here's what we know for right now. Who can go to bed? Not everybody, because they'll deal with storms. But everybody in Benton County, yes, you got the flash flood warning. There will be additional flash flood warnings. But that's a storm that's basically gone. It's moved out of Benton County. They've had their fair share of storms today.
Absolutely.
Southeastern Carroll County, no. This storm's still coming. Marble, right now, it's right on top of you. It does have that circulation. It is broad, but remember, this far away from the radar doesn't mean anything.
It's hard to see.
Yep.
That's why we're watching it very closely for you there.
Oh, I can see the lowering. Look at
Yes.
the base on the WeatherBug network camera.
Harrison.
Take a guess. It's right behind the, you guessed it, right behind the tower.
Typical.
There. And then move out of the way.
That's-
Yeah, there you get
There
to
you
see
can
it.
see it. Yeah.
However, it will pass to the right of the tower. So just move the camera a little bit.
Great view nonetheless.
Wow.
Man, look at that.
That was a long lightning strike.
I know.
That was still pretty nerve wracking with those, dominant look. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Less organized now, more outflow dominant.
Looks like it for me.
I would agree.
visually, except for that. Go to
Does
that.
that line up?
Let's see.
Maybe. It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
We're so far away from the radar at this point. And now you're getting to the mountains.
We don't have it showing.
I like how we get so focused on that. Yeah, so that's what we're looking at right here. So what we mean by lined up is, does the normalized rotation, does the storm relative velocity, and the base reflectivity all line up? So this is the area of interest right here, just off to the south and east of Marble. But if you'll notice, normalized rotation doesn't line up with that particular area, and neither does the base reflectivity. It's a little nub right here, because sometimes these nubs can just be
Yeah.
rain that's getting scanned.
Yeah.
That just so happens to look like a hook.
Yeah. Green forest is good. You do have some severe, though. You have a severe thunderstorm warning that does cover green forest, because if you pan down,
Yep,
you'll see green forest. Right. No, you got to pan. Well, other way. That's panning up. Pan up. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Pan up. Pull down, if you will. To northeast of Berryville. There you see green forest right there. So you are under the severe thunderstorm warning. But the most dangerous portion of the storm is farther south.
That will be well south of you. Could see some hail though, some small hail.
Whew, man. That was that was crazy with that power line.
Dude.
It was exploding. I mean, just like
I mean, I was
Yeah.
because I was watching the stream and I was watching it at the same time because
you
I had-
saw him too.
I saw him too, and I was watching Tiger at the same time, and there was a roar of the crowd right as you were saying Power Flash, because Tiger just made that putt in the Masters, 2005
Oh,
Masters.
you were watching
the
on
documentary.
replay. Okay,
A
I gotcha.
documentary
That's
about
cool.
Tiger Woods. My mom and I were. I
Yeah.
was like, uh-oh.
Was that the one on HBO?
on HBO.
I've
yeah.
seen that before.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Here's a look at that storm.
Yeah.
It's still elongated, so it's trying, but I don't know if it's going to do it.
Yeah. But we're not going to let our guard down.
It could.
Yeah, we're not going to let our guard
We'll
down.
watch it as it comes into Harrison, but it does look outflow dominant.
That is for sure. Man, what a mess.
Oof.
There's storms everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere. And get ready in Fayetteville because there's probably going to be a flash flood warning very soon.
Yeah, I got more storms rolling in, and
They can actually show that.
yeah, I am. I'm going to do that. So we'll go to weather 2, and here's a look at some of the rainfall totals
Already.
already. Yeah, and this is less than what the models were showing. So if we go here, there's the flash flood warning that goes until 7:45. But we'll take a look here.
Man, my goodness, the HRRR this morning was showing 3.5 inches in Benton County. That's 4.7. That was 3.5 inches for the whole event.
I know.
Friday through
exactly.
Sunday.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, the flooding potential is a real deal.
Now, granted, I hit right on it. 3.7
Yeah.
right there.
But still, it's like, man, we're already at the low end of mountain in some spots.
Let's see what they put here. Thunderstorm wind damage, power lines down, snap subdivision, possible tornado.
Mhm.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Because possible tornado. Yeah, it's not set in stone. I did not see the funnel. I know it sounded like it to people. The velocity was there. Did you see what we did with the NROT and then we
I did.
the Sigma?
The Sigma,
Yeah,
yeah.
with the rotation track.
Yep. I love that.
So we've obviously changed radars
Changed
multiple times, but yeah, that's like a rotation track.
I'll tell you this.
But
Even if
you can't do that on reflectivity, it doesn't look good.
I'll tell you this. Regardless, if it was straight line winds, it does show you that straight line winds can cause just as much damage. Because
As
you
a
saw those,
tornado, I know.
you saw those power flashes and stuff like that. That was very intense. Very intense.
Yep. Let's go back here. It's past Marble, so it's outside of Marble. So I know Brendan Wilson does get a little nervous with storms. Not rotation coming towards
No.
Green Forest. It's going to be south of Green Forest.
Osage.
Way south of Green Forest.
We'll keep an eye on Osage.
Now
Though.
the good news is we got that camera. If you want to know where it is, there it is, Gaither Mountain. We're looking due west. I don't see anything super menacing.
So
And
laggy.
We've got a view.
Yeah, it's like laggy.
Big time. Yeah.
I know the lightning
I think a
didn't
lot
just
of
go
people
away.
might be streaming on it.
Yeah. I know the lightning didn't just go down. There it is. I was going to say, okay, the lightning's gone.
No, you don't have to be, be watching this storm. Not necessarily taking cover.
It will get windy, though, and pretty loud.
Yeah. Still a little bit of a circulation.
It's trying.
Gotta watch that.
It's trying.
No, I don't think it was a microburst. Really don't.
No, I don't think so either. Microbursts, it's like when the storm's kind of dying out. It was strengthening.
Yeah.
Go up and tilt just a little bit.
You are in the clear, Marble. Yep. Good night, Brendan. Now, there might be additional storms, but the tornado potential will be gone. Oh, yeah, I know. Turn around, don't drown for sure.
Yeah, that's very important.
By the time I get home, it might be Monday. Golly.
You got the cot ready? You got the cot, got the Baja Blast.
Speaking of, I am going to have a Baja Blast.
So I did say over under a whole pack of Baja Blast for you.
Really?
That was like the betting line for how many you're going to drink.
So I am seeing the base from this storm. Yeah, you can see the base. We're looking at it from the west. Take the camera and move it to the right just a little bit. I know it's really slow.
I don't want to touch it anymore.
It'll move. All right, here's our Gaither Mountain Weatherbug Network camera, and you're going to see. There we go. There's the base off in the distance. You can see it.
Right over the horizon.
Pretty low.
But it could also look lower because of the mountain. ones too.
Yeah, because of the terrain.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
We'll see it better when it gets closer.
A lot of lightning. I'm going to do this. Make that full screen on weather 3. And then I'm going to go to that. Get an ice cup. Nice. You know what's nice is I've got Nugget Ice back in action.
Back in action now.
Yes.
Yeah. The real deal right there.
I know.
That's the real deal. It's the best time of year. It's like Christmas. Huh.
Internet is
Whoa.
down where I'm at in Carroll County. So we got the hail core,
Hail core, yeah.
reflectivity nub. Oh, look at the base now.
Well, now you're really seeing it.
Yeah. And it is pretty low.
Yeah, that is low.
Okay, bringing this back up. You got it full screen?
Yes, sir.
So now I can take this and we can bring it up through weather 3. There you go. Oh, man, how about that for bright? So there's that base on the right-hand side of the screen. That's where your lowering would be.
Get ready, Osage. It's going to get a little loud and a little windy.
Man, they're having some positive CGs in Rogers right now because they said really loud light.
Well, I heard
thunder.
some folks said their power just got knocked out in Rogers.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I saw some comments earlier saying their power got knocked out.
Whoa, look at that base.
So, beauty, the base is right there on the right-hand side of your screen. That's what we're talking about. You see kind of where that ragged edge is when there's lightning strikes.
I gotcha. Watch this.
There we go.
Right
yeah.
here. Right here is the base.
Oh. Pretty low.
Now the lowering, this is the shelf cloud. But then to the left, right here, that would be your wall cloud. Just because that's where the circulation is. Yeah, you can kind of see it looks outflow dominant.
Visually, yes, I absolutely
But it's
agree.
still a very impressive shelf cloud nonetheless. All right, time to get the mouse out of there. But I was just showing you that.
I think that's cool. Makes it easy. Any threat coming to Green Forest? Negative.
It's going to be a little south of Green Forest.
So it's raining though. You're going to get lightning. But yeah, no significant severe the potential in Green Forest.
Let's look at our Posey Mountain because we're hearing about a lot of lightning, and we haven't looked. Oh yeah, but we have the stratiform lightning. Oh, camera flickered there. Let's see. Oh yeah, if you get one of those big flashes that comes out of nowhere, those are the big ones, man. I think that one right there was a big one. We should look at that. I bet you it was a positive CG.
Yeah, I can look at the amps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So let's do that.
Oh man, about to see a lot of lightning in Fayetteville. Bunch of storms moving in. Another cluster.
Hey, look, Posey Mountain spelled correctly. I changed it.
Hey,
I changed it.
Let's go.
Oh man, look at the next round coming in
Yeah.
towards Fayetteville.
That's what I was saying. A lot of lightning.
Oh,
There's Stillwell right now in Adair
did
County.
we lose it?
No.
Go click on it. Maybe it just doesn't loading up on this. Is it out?
Let's see.
Lincoln gone.
It doesn't say it's not crossed out. Let's see. Yeah, it's out.
Oh man,
You gotta be kidding me. Of course. Kimball's clutch. What would be the next best thing?
Mount Sequoia. Look at all that. You got northerly flow, so that shows you the frontal boundary came through.
Whoa, look at the Mount Sequoia camp.
I know. I just did that. I was looking at
I
that.
was like, I just saw that too. I was like, oh my goodness.
What was that? Like the plague coming.
I know, yeah. Rolling across
This is the
Fayetteville.
darkness that filled the earth here
Yes.
after the 9th hour. Easter Sunday right around the corner.
It's true.
And Good Friday turned out to be a little bit of a stormy Friday.
Stormy. Let you know that's because
But here's this next storm, man. Wow. That's going to dump tremendous amounts of rain.
it is. There's got to be a flash
So
flood warning.
Farmington is good in terms of tornado potential, but
About to get some heavy rain
yeah,
and some lightning.
heavy rain, lightning, and probably some small hail too.
Right on cue.
So that'll wake you up.
I'll get you going.
That will wake you up. That's coming right for Washington County.
Just keep an eye on the river valley, seeing if anything's initiating.
See if Lincoln comes back up.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh, I hope it's just a power hiccup or something.
That would stink. Yeah, it's still connecting.
Let's go back to Gaither. I like to look at these cameras here, see what's going on. So they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Boone County. We'll get to that and we'll show you that. But yeah, it does look outflow dominant. Nice lightning though. Has a mid-level mezzo, but nothing too organized. So here's the severe thunderstorm warning. That's obviously higher tilts.
Yeah.
How long does that warning go for?
This goes until.
You can hover over it too and see it.
Right. 4.
4.
Is it really? That'd be 4 o'clock, man. Oh my goodness. So wait, that means I've been up 2 a.m. on Friday.
Power just cut out on the reinforced. Peyton picked a great weekend to be out
He did.
on vacation.
Yeah, that's a good meteorologist.
Yeah,
right there.
he
I would
knows-
say he's
he
a
knows-
good meteorologist.
He knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
I'm glad he gets to spend some time with the fam in Houston. I guess he's excited because A&M won. So happy Easter.
that's the last thing we wanted, right?
And happy Easter.
Yeah.
Peyton. Enjoy.
All right. We just glitched. We fixed the glitch.
Fix the glitch.
He's just not going to get a paycheck anymore, so it'll evens itself out.
It all evens itself out.
Yeah.
By the way,
Office Space.
you know-
That is the best movie ever. Corporate accounts payable. Need to speak. Just a moment. Have you seen it? Or
I've
not?
not seen it.
Oh man,
Dude,
it's so good.
I like how you always ask if I've seen it because
I know.
you do such a great job with the voices because I think
Yeah.
it's funny with the voices, but then it's like, no, I haven't seen it before. But now I want to see it because you
Yeah,
just
you
did the
gotta see
voice.
Hey Josh, what's happening? I'm gonna need you to come in on Saturday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get the memo about the PTS reports? Yeah. I got the memo. I got 8 bosses, Bob. 8? Yes, 8.
Oh my goodness. JP Hunt. knows
Wait a
what's up.
minute. Brian Falls. Dan, just an FYI, new product added to GR Analyst version 3 per Mike G. Is it tornado possible? Tags. I don't know. I doubt it. But I've asked them for that.
If it
I've
is.
emailed them. I've texted them. I've called them. I want to see what this is.
Yeah, you do that.
You got me intrigued.
Now Dan's perked up. We've been waiting for this for a while. If this is it.
I don't think it's a jump to conclusions, Matt.
Yeah.
Is it? You
Right.
jump to
No,
conclusions.
it's the Riley index. The RI. The Riley index, when he has that KDP and
Yeah, no, you gotta see Office Space to get some of these inside jokes because it's the worst idea in life. It's horrible. He's talking about the jump to conclusions, Matt.
this is
You gotta see it. You just.
I wish I understood these
yeah.
references. I mean, I'm laughing
There's-
because of how funny the voices
There's a
are.
lot of references. Oh man, this is going to produce. Our pool's cooked.
It's cooked. It did not pass the test.
I bet.
It did not pass the test.
Hold on.
You know what I want to look at? I'm going to look at this just really
I think
quick.
we need to drain it probably.
We know who can do that.
Oh.
Mr. Cade.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Moment of truth. Just jumped on. How is Harrison looking? So if you live in Boone County, Stacy, the strongest storm is moving into Boone County right now. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning. The good news is that this storm is what we call outflow dominant right now. So it tends to favor more gusty winds and small hail. But we'll keep a close eye on it. I do think the most intense part of the storm is going to pass just off to the north and west of Harrison, looking at the latest track. But it's going to be rainy. You're going to see a lot of lightning. You're going to hear a lot of thunder. It could get a little bit windy. Oh, Brian just told you what the new project is. It's called Div Shear.
Oh.
Div
All right.
Shear.
Have to check it out. What it is.
Check that out.
Oh.
Is it
I
cooked?
don't know.
Is it cooked?
I can't tell.
Good morning, everyone, says Emily. Yeah, join us on KNWA today at 5 a.m. Oh, wait. I lost track of the days.
Yeah,
not a-
it's Saturday.
It's not a
Josh.
weekday. It's not a weekday, so you don't have to go on air.
That's gonna bring some heavy rain.
Flash flood warning imminent.
Look at this.
What?
Oh.
Whoa. Whoa.
So this is
What
this
is this?
called specific phase. This is called, and this is specific differential phase.
This is KDP, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that? PH.
So this shows really heavy rain coming in with this. Probably
Wow.
like an inch and a half rainfall rates. per
Oh, that's what
hour.
it's
And
showing.
in fact, a new MPD came out, mesoscale precipitation discussion.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Stacy. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on it for you. And like I said, sometimes these systems can ramp up really quickly, and that could produce tornado potential. But there's nothing that's imminent right now in Harrison. Nothing that's really a cause for concern. Just make sure you're ready because it's going to get a little bit loud. Let's see.
Time to call
Yeah.
my son.
Here we go.
He's got to drain this.
It's drain o'clock.
Yeah, got to drain it somewhat.
Yep. It's raining and lightning very bad in Lincoln. So you're going to get storms
Yeah.
throughout northwest Arkansas, guys. But if you're in Benton and Washington County, Madison County, you're all clear for severe weather potential tonight. So if you're worried about severe weather potential in those areas, you can go to bed. Prairie Grove, Washington County, Benton County, any locations in those areas are good. You know what? Because we got a lot of folks asking about this, I'm going to show the counties again.
Yep. Please do.
Yep. So here's the counties. Again, it can get a little bit clustered, so I'm going to take off lightning. So there's Washington County right there. Washington County, you're clear. Benton County, you're clear. So all these cities here, Gravette, Bella Vista, Decatur, Gentry, XNA, Lowell, you're all good to go to bed there. Southwest Missouri, Barry McDonald County, you're good to go. Cassville, Washburn, Jane, Knoll, Pineville, Anderson, Tiff City, you're good to go. Good to go to bed. It'll be rainy. There will be storms moving through, but there's not going to be any significant severe weather potential that prompts your attention. Washington County, there is a stronger storm moving through, but the winds are out of the northwest now. The front has already pushed through, so we're not expecting any severe weather with this. But there's going to be heavy rain. But Washington County is still good. Greenland, Prairie Grove, Winslow, Fayetteville, Goshen, Elkins, Durham. You guys are good to go to bed. Springdale, good to go to bed. Let's see here. Oh, Kenzie. Hey, Josh, what about a possible flash flood emergency? Does that look like a possibility? I know I asked earlier, but flooding makes me nervous. So, Kenzie, flash flood emergencies are they're the highest form of a flash flood warning. They're very rare. Typically, you don't see that a whole lot unless it's like a hurricane or like a major tropical system. But I will say this, the flooding potential does really start to ramp up overnight tonight. So I guess it's overnight tonight now because it's Saturday. My goodness. But there's going to be another wave of energy moving through later on this evening into the overnight hours. And especially for northwest Arkansas with that potential for scattered showers throughout the day today, even though they're not going to be stronger showers, we are going to see the ground remain saturated. So the flooding potential is going to increase dramatically tonight. So we will have to watch that very closely. Of course, we also have to watch Sunday afternoon very closely for maybe more significant severe weather potential. In fact, we'll show it a little bit later on the live stream again, but I'll show you the day 2 outlook.
Gosh darn it.
Show that enhanced risk is he in bed.
Yeah, I can't
Obviously.
get a hold of anybody, and that's gonna.
You want me to go over there and do it?
No.
Duty calls.
I mean, this is gonna be rough.
Duty calls.
There's a lot of rain coming in.
I know, dude.
This is a really heavy rain.
We can go to bed, but when do we need to get back up? So, Danny, if you live in Northwest Arkansas, you can go to bed for a long time. You can go to bed full 8 hours.
Yeah.
You wake up at 1 p.m. and be fine. It's tomorrow evening, I think, late afternoon, early evening, when storms start to ramp back up again. And that's when we're going to have more severe weather potential with that. I will say the Sunday afternoon storms again are going to be the ones that pose the most significant risk for tornadoes, large hail, damaging winds. Easter Sunday during the afternoon, man. I mean, I think we're coming straight from early morning church services to work, basically, Dan.
Yeah, we might not even get to that.
That's true.
Honestly, I don't know.
I'll have to see if I can find like a 7 a.m. service maybe and go. But
A lot of lightning coming in with this cell.
yeah, I'm gonna go to this Mount Sequoia camera here so you can check out what we're looking at here. So stand by.
Check the group chat. Can you check the Storm Spotter group chat? I'm not seeing anything. Game Soldier said he sent something, but
let's look here.
I don't see it. I see the general chat, KWA Storm Spotters.
Oh, okay. Now I see all this.
Yeah.
He posted a video. Whoa. Is this when the storm was moving through Springdale?
Yeah, I think so.
No, I was keeping track of James Dot. He was pretty far south
Yeah.
when that was coming across.
Yeah.
There's the damage photos from Frankie. I have not gotten any reports of structural damage, but you know what? It doesn't matter. It still could have been a tornado because it could have been very brief and just caused damage to those power lines.
Yeah, I don't know. The verdict's out on that.
The verdict is out.
I mean, I might have said it was a tornado on the ground at night. You see a lot of those power flashes.
Yep.
It sure looked like it.
Yep. And it's better to be safe than sorry, especially when it comes to these QLCS type setups,
There
folks.
are multiple power flashes.
Yeah.
They're all in the same area, and they kind of followed. So I don't fault myself, but I did say in the stream, if it wasn't a tornado, it was really strong. We were playing
Exactly.
down winds. We got some hail that's coming into the southwest side of Washington, Fayetteville.
Yes, sir.
I'll take the county names off there now.
Look at that hail up there.
Oh, there's a
See that?
flood advisory that was issued.
There's going to be a bunch of those this weekend. It's going to be hard to keep up. Now, the heaviest rain may be moving south of your house, Dan.
Nope.
Is it going to hit head on?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's moving northeast, isn't it?
Watch. Yeah.
Trouble.
Yeah.
Trouble, 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 trouble. Well,
Maybe he'll wake up from the thunder.
I just accidentally pulled up the excessive rainfall forecast, but I guess that gives you an idea.
Yeah.
Level 3 out of 4 moderate risk for pretty much the entire Northwest Arkansas
We
area.
have an enhanced risk for severe weather on Sunday.
Yep. Check this out. Skadoosh. Kung Fu Panda.
Knew that was going to be the case.
You know, I had a feeling too when we were looking at the models this morning. We talked about it. Rapid destabilization. We're going to go from 0 instability early in the morning to 2,000, 3,000 Cape. It is going to be incredible
With
how
a
rapidly.
pretty strong. Okay. It doesn't look like the pool's super filled, so that's good.
That's good. But look at the tornado potential, folks. It's there, especially in Northwest Arkansas and the Boston Mountains. But every county has at least that 3 to 5% low tornado threat there. And again, we talked about that earlier this morning as well about, well, not this morning, yesterday morning. about
Yeah.
what the probabilities actually mean. Again, it kind of relates to climatology and stuff like that. So really, having that brown shaded area shows you that this is kind of a average severe weather setup. But if you have that yellow shaded color right there, that medium risk, that's a 6 to 10% chance of a tornado within 25 miles of a point. And that means it's pretty far above climatology. So that's a pretty high end setup for this time of year.
Absolutely.
So we'll have to watch that very closely along and east of I-49, Benton, Washington, Carroll, Madison County.
Oh,
Just woke up, live in Southeast Fayetteville. You're good.
Gaither Mountain King,
Are you
too.
kidding me? I think the cameras are going to bed too.
Yeah, I know.
It's like you guys are still up, but we're going to bed.
I think we're shutting that down. Oh man.
Trash, trash, trash.
Well, they were nice while they lasted.
Yeah. It's fun while it lasted.
Tired. Starting to run out of steam. Power through.
I can't even remember the day.
Alpena's getting some sizable hail, so the hail
Yeah.
core just crossed. We'll show
I'm
that.
gonna go back here and I'm gonna pull up
Just past 65,
quarter size tail.
right when you're turning north to go to Branson. Oh, Cade's calling.
There we go.
Hey, Cade. Really heavy rains coming in. How's the pool? Is it super high, or is it okay?
No, honestly, it's pretty okay.
Is it? Is it muddy?
It's hard to tell, but I don't think so.
I have the light on. Are you up? Are you up, or are you just in your room?
I'm up.
Can you look out the window? Can you look out the door?
Okay.
Oh yeah, you're turning on the lights. Yeah, I have the pool lights on too.
Yeah, no, it's
That looks
barely
cool.
past the second crack of the second tile,
Okay, good.
and it's all clear blue.
All right, well, it's
Oh.
about to pour.
Oh,
This will be a good test.
this is your test.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, bye. Good night.
So I know some folks are asking, are worried about these storms that are moving through Washington County. Cannot stress this enough. It's not. There might be some hail, some strong winds, but the tornado threat is non-existent. There's no instability remaining in Washington County right now. So again, these next rounds of showers and storms that are moving through northwest Arkansas pose more of a heavy rain threat rather than significant severe weather potential. So if you're worried about severe weather, if you're up right now, you're staying up because you're worried about severe weather, you can go to bed. Benton, Washington County, Madison County, I would say at this point, Carroll County's good. Boone County, we still have that one storm that's a little intense that's moving northwest of Harrison, but it's still outflow dominant. Very much outflow dominant. Now, River Valley, right now, we're keeping an eye on any convection that develops.
Nothing so far.
It's kind of struggling right now in the River
That's
Valley.
capped.
Capped. That's no cap.
No cap. That's capped.
No cap. It's capped. Is it bad for a pool to overflow? Mine has filled up tons of times, and I don't care other than when the winter. That
Well,
was Mr. Ferguson on that comment.
Yeah. When it gets into your backyard, it's a problem.
Yeah.
And when the mud gets into your pool, it's a problem.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
And I remember that one day I had drained it, and it would just dump. I was
Yeah.
like, holy cow.
Yeah.
Blue pool good. Green pool bad.
Yeah. Yeah. And brown pool awful.
Brown pool awful. Yeah, of course, Sarah. Again, you're good to go to bed for a full 8 hours. You can get a full 8 hours of sleep. You're fine.
Maybe more. You'll probably sleep until the Rays are back. Oh, they don't play.
They don't play tomorrow or Sunday. Probably a good thing.
Whoa.
Look at that little
Some rumbles.
some rumblies.
Oh,
Rumblies.
I did want to look at that lightning.
Yeah, we got to see that
Lightning
amperage. Yeah.
Man, angry storms. All right, here we go. Lightning research. So that CG was a while ago. Let's see. going to be one that's,
It's hard to find in the sea.
well, you'll see it pop up. There it is. Right
Ah,
there it is. I bet you this one is a positive CG. And 19. That's not
that
super
seems
strong.
low.
At 3 o'clock in the morning.
Was that the right one?
Yeah, I don't think so.
That seems low.
Yeah.
That
I think there are 2 of them.
that baby knocked out power for a lot of folks.
Yeah. See what this P Ridge one is like.
Harper loves lightning shows. She probably enjoyed that one. 18,
18.
68.
68. That's a little stronger.
What about this one right here? 12.
Weak sauce?
That's trash.
That's mid.
That's mid.
Rubbing off on me, Josh.
Hey, I have that effect.
Oh, so.
We got people all over the morning newscast now that are saying all kinds of things like chicken jockey.
You're saying chicken jockey.
I am Steve.
I haven't seen that, so you can do all the references, and I have no idea what is going on there.
Diamond armor, full set.
Nice.
Woodland Mansion.
Jack Black. Woo, this is going to be a noisy one.
It
And
is.
some heavy rain. Let's look at that weather camera coming into Mount Sequoia.
Mount Sequoia. I'm going to turn this off.
Yeah.
Lightning show. Whoa, there we go. We'll cook a little bit here. Yeah, good night. Somebody said, whoa, chicken jockey.
Let's see if we get a bolt to take out our camera.
Yeah, but might as well get another one taken out, right? I mean,
Yes.
half the system's down now.
Lock them down.
Yeah.
Dropping like flies.
Okay. Please recap for those who missed. I heard possible tornado in Springdale. So there's not a possible tornado right now. However, earlier this morning, around 1:30, there was a possible tornado in Springdale. We saw power flashes, or Dan saw power flashes on the which weather bug net was it? Lincoln?
No.
Was it
It was Arkansas Children's
Arkansas
Northwest.
Children's? Yes. So he saw power flashes on that camera. Now we can't confirm that it was a tornado. We're still assessing the damage. I haven't seen any reports of structural damage right now, BD, but at the very least, there was power flashes. Let's.
Oh, no.
Making Zach proud.
I know.
Yes.
Exactly. Webcam.
Oh, Brian's got the right idea. Yeah. I'm about to go down. Look at those A's.
That's a lot.
Bless.
Oh, still wondering what that is.
Yes.
Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey. It spreads.
All right.
It spreads. Oh man. Where do you have active cameras currently? So Cheryl, we were just looking at our Mount Sequoia WeatherBug Network camera. So this storm that's moving through Washington County, I'm going to go back to Mega Doppler again. It's got some small hail with it.
Here's where we have those cameras.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of them.
P Ridge, Cooper Elementary, Gravit that's been down for years, Decatur, Allen Elementary, Fulbright, Pinnacle Harbor, Arkansas Children's Northwest. That's when the storm came through. And I tell you something, that had rotation. It was pretty strong rotation. It was tight too.
Days.
Kessler Mountain, Lincoln, Cartwright, Huntsville, Gaither Mountain, Alma, the public library, Fort Smith, Miss Laura's historic site,
Mm-hmm. Public library.
Boonville Elementary, which is awesome, Mount Magazine. We got more. We got storms finally coming.
Finally
into River Valley
picking up.
and Waldron, but those aren't severe.
Because of the outflow boundary.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that outflow boundary. Just
kill everything.
kill everything. Don't do anything.
Now some heavy rain, man.
Mm-hmm. Abigail says, you guys are all riled up. I was in a dead sleep, but some weird noise woke me up.
Probably that chicken jockey.
That chicken jockey.
All right. Here we go.
Yeah, it's time.
It's time.
It's time. Here we go.
I don't even know. Should I? I mean, am I going
Yep.
to bed pretty soon?
I mean, you simply have to. I went by there on 412, power lines down, and looked snap in half. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where Doug was. Golly, that sounds so good. Man, the smell. Oh,
Baja
man.
Blast.
Baja blasting off. Flint and steel.
This has got 88% of your daily intake for sugar in one,
Holy
in
cow.
one can.
Get it started early. And oh, by the way, just in case you needed to know, Dan, contains 0% juice.
Oh, yeah.
Just in case you needed to know, you know.
It's got high fructose corn syrup.
Delicious.
Every time I drink this, Zach just
He cringes. That man is genuinely concerned for you.
Yeah.
I love it.
And yet I ran a 5K today or yesterday.
That's
this morning,
that's
yesterday
pre-workout,
morning.
man. It's pre-workout. You know, you need your pre-workout.
Need your boost.
Yeah, exactly. I thought you'd grab the magic 8-ball. How'd the 8-ball do today? Or did you use it?
Didn't use it.
Didn't use it. Don't need it.
We should though, maybe for Sunday,
You know what?
Easter Sunday.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Bob Laz, 88%.
88% of your daily sugar intake.
I definitely think he needs that sugar.
Yeah.
I definitely think he needs that.
Pour some sugar on me. Ooh, I need enough.
Pour some sugar on me. Look at that. Storm. Incredible. Whoa.
Yeah.
Bye. Bye. That's actually kind of cool how I can see when it happens. I know who's doing that too.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Bye. That is really cool how you basically predicted that tornado potential with the tie. I mean, you knew the QLCS.
You know, if I don't know if it was a tornado for sure, but
It was very close.
if it didn't touch down. Yeah. Jackrabbit 5K. I saw your comment. I honestly don't know because you could look at the models and say that there's not supposed to be any storms, but they could pop up. And so I think that
You know what? Let's look at the latest HRRR hourly.
not like it matters, but we'll look at it and we'll check it out.
We'll see what it's got. Move that out of the way and go back to whatever you want. So it's doing all right with the storms right now. Let's say it's doing
Yeah.
okay. So look at that training thunderstorm effect.
But that doesn't show up on radar. That's not the same as what I'm seeing here. Well,
but what it's doing is look at this. It's developing more convection. It's like initiating more storms.
yeah, it is developing more storms out west, and Mega Doppler is doing the same thing. So, I still think there's going to be stratiform lightning.
Yeah, I think so too. At least through lunchtime. That's what I've always thought.
So here's what we can do. We can look at actually some stuff internally here. I'll bring this up in a second. I know that Jackrabbit 5K
Get your PR.
seems like they're getting jacked in terms of the weather.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh, by the way, back to GFS now.
Every time.
If you log in, back to GFS.
And why are you logging me out?
I don't understand.
I thought there was. I guess not.
What are you looking for?
Lightning. This is more on the.
Maybe it's on the other dial.
Third time's a charm.
Third time's a charm.
All right. I know you're not. Oh, come on.
You guys are not seeing this right now, but he's pulling up some stuff behind
Maybe
the
they are
scenes.
seeing this. Do all the Brodos have a nadir tie? I don't know.
Maybe. Maybe not.
There we go. This is what I was looking for.
Bang.
Still has some. So this is for the Jackrabbit.
Mhm.
The Jackrabbit 5K. So this is the lightning density. You can see that it's not doing too bad of a job, but then more storms develop with that energy swinging in, and that is 7 a.m. That's 8 a.m. That's 9, 10. There's still lightning. Might not be a lot, but it's that stratiform lightning with most of the lightning in the river valley. And then there's 11. Or this is just a model. May not be wrong. It may not be right, but you can see that lack of lightning during the early afternoon, and then it only ramps up again as we go into the evening hours.
Yeah.
Oh, 6Z runs out. We should look at the.
Extended.
Yeah.
Publicity tracks.
Let's do it. Here we go. Oh, man,
What is
in the
this?
world? So that's right now.
Yeah.
I don't want to look at that. Go here. Oh,
You serious,
that's
Clark?
tomorrow night,
Makes sense.
and then
Oh
here
my
we go
goodness,
for
this is gonna go
Sunday.
crazy.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Those are legit too.
yeah.
Those are legit. Show that, yeah. Watch it. So go back though. Go to like the beginning of the day. Look at this. There's like no significant tornado parameter in place.
I see that.
And
That's
then
right there.
rapid destabilization. I mean, it's like bam.
Now, do the models break out precipitation?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's a broken line of supercells too.
Yeah.
That's
And
trouble.
that's later and later.
That's trouble.
So that's going to be right around 2, 3 o'clock.
I don't like that on Easter Sunday.
No. That's going to be interesting, depending on if that instability can make it back. Let's look at the 0 to 1. Oh, man.
I
yeah.
think it will. I'd be shocked if it didn't, honestly.
They probably will shift that enhanced risk west.
Yeah. Look at that.
Man, that comes racing back. Now, what does the sounding look like? We better
good
be
question.
sharing this. Yeah, we
Yeah,
are.
we weren't sure. Yeah.
I was gonna say,
Okay, but we're not sharing this screen right now. Though.
I know. I will
Yeah.
share this tab instead.
Oh, nice.
So we might not have been sharing it though.
We were. I promise.
Yeah, but I think maybe Denton might have switched it.
Oh,
We'll
yeah.
see. Let's do this. Let's go here. Let's go to webcam full. Okay. So, you don't need to see us.
No.
Like that. I'll just. Goodbye, Dan.
Flint and steel.
All right. The heck was I even looking at?
We were going to look at soundings, my friend.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
It's
Good-
getting late.
I
It's
could
getting you
not
now.
remember.
It's getting you now.
All right. Let's go.
Yeah.
Quit this. Local Arkansas.
So there's all that. Let's just go to Easter Sunday. Let's get to the
All right.
juicy stuff.
All right, here we go. 2 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
Drum roll, please.
Whoa. Yep.
Whoa.
Now there's a little bit of a Cape
A
robber,
little bit of Cape Robber.
but the LCL, LSC, all that stuff, that's pretty impressive.
Back winds.
If we
Oh my
Ooh,
goodness.
That's bad.
That's straight line. Holy cow.
For an east-northeast storm motion, and then it quickly drops off, but that's something to watch for sure. Look at the elongated profile, pretty impressive shear profile. That's got it right there.
It's got the look. I mean, this could happen rapidly too.
It does happen rapidly.
Oh my god! I mean, that's 2 hours, and then 2 hours later, it's just bam. I mean, that photograph is very impressive.
Let's look at the EHI.
Gotta go regional. Well, Why couldn't it just show it anyway? You know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
know. It's like you're already there.
you can already show it. Like,
Let's look at the 0-3 kilometer cape
That's-
too at that time.
there's got to be a big cape on them. Right?
Yep. Might be some cold core tornadoes too.
Whoa.
With that
You
thing.
say cold core.
Mhm.
I love
Yes,
cold
sir.
core. I love cold core.
Yeah, we know that's got 0-3 kilometer cape. Sigtor. Oh, the EHI. That's what I was going to look at. The 0-1 kilometer. EHI racing north.
My goodness.
Just barely though.
It's just in time.
It'll be a race.
Yes. It will. You know what? We'll need to watch very closely. Cloud cover.
Yep.
If there's a bunch of cloud cover in the morning, it's not going to make it.
Look at that. 2.5 inch hail. Look at this significant hail, 100%. Pretty impressive storm. Yeah, it's a nice photograph.
Nice looking one.
Alrighty then. Go back here. Brodo bought out the Hodo.
You have to.
She's got the look.
You simply had to, Mr. Ferguson.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think our severe weather threat is starting to wind down, which means that we can end this nonsense. This stream. Well, at this point, it's nonsense. Yeah, what we're talking about. However, if you're just tuning in, we did have those power flashes that were showing up all over the place.
I'm going to show that one more time.
I want to show that one
Yeah,
more
let's show
time,
it one
huh?
more time. It's pretty. Oh, hey.
Nope. Nope. Where's the clip though?
Uh,
Yeah, I gotta go to
history.
Let's go to history. Let's see if I can find it.
That's
That's not it.
it's not it.
There it is, right here.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's-
We've got
Here-
power flashes. We got
So here is Springdale, and make sure it's showing it.
Sure.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Nope.
Nope. Ah.
Because you have to do this.
That.
All right, so this was on YouTube. I just clipped this. And this is from the severe weather coverage that we're still doing. But watch.
power flashes. We've got power flashes. We got a lot of power flashes.
All
Can
right.
you see them on our WeatherBug Network camera from our Arkansas Children's? Lots of power flashes, folks. This is on the ground. Power flashes.
Just strobe.
Probe effect.
Watch the lights
You
flicker.
can see that. We've got a tornado on the ground, folks. Very definitive. Those are power flashes, and we've got that on our WeatherBug Network camera from Arkansas Children's Northwest.
Yeah.
You can see that there was
If it's not from the tornado, it's from some really strong winds, but it's been constant. Power flashes.
Yeah.
We've got power flashes. We got a lot of power flashes. Can you see
Right
them on our WeatherBug Network camera from our Arkansas Children's?
Let's pause it right there.
Can't really see it.
Lots of power flashes, folks.
You kind of do, actually. When you look
Folks,
at it,
this is on the ground.
let me go back here. That
Yeah.
looks like something in the foreground. The power flash is in front of it. Yeah.
Right there. And here's
Power
the thing.
flashes, folks.
I-
Children's.
I
Lots of power.
this was a tornado. Like if it was daytime, right? And you were watching the tornado, you would see, maybe like the
Yeah.
ground circulation,
Rotating curtains.
but
yeah.
it wouldn't be like connected.
Yeah.
Like it wouldn't be like because that's how brief it was.
Yeah.
But remember, if there's a ground
Power flashes, folks. This is on the ground.
tornado,
Yep.
it doesn't matter if the condensation funnel connects to the top of the cloud.
It looks like there's something there.
That looks sus.
Power
Man, when it just stays in one area like that.
I know. And then it moves over
flashes.
and it flashes over here.
Yeah.
So
You
it's
can see
all-
that. We've got a tornado on the ground, folks. Very definitive.
One more.
Those are power flashes, and we've got that on our WeatherBug Network camera from Arkansas Children's Northwest.
There.
Man.
And then see how that moved over?
Mm-hmm.
If it's not
If it's not from the tornado, it's from some really strong winds, but it's been constant. Power flashes. No, yeah. Well, anyways, you get it. You get the idea. We'll close that out. So this was in Springdale earlier. The track of this storm. That is a good question. I will show you that. I personally think the track was basically crossing 412 and then continued northeast. I know it may not have been a tornado, man, but what it was sus with all those power flashes exploding, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there was rotation. There definitely was rotation. It was pretty strong
Very
too.
strong rotation. Lines up.
So we're going to show you here shear tracks. And then we're going to download the archive radar data. And we're going to take a look at that because we still have a bunch of people on here, so we can do that. Yeah. So here you go. This is the rotation track. And this product isn't as good as normalized rotation, but still kind of scoop forward a little bit.
Gives you an idea.
Yeah, you're good in Harrison. You can go to bed. Go back. Now remember, this is QLCS, so the circulations are very shallow. They're not very deep.
Elongated.
And then there, right there, was it crossing through Tiny Town. So then there it became confirmed.
And that one, by the way, on the tornado warning, it said broadcast media confirmed tornado.
I sure hope it was. I sure hope it was.
Well, when the sun rises,
well,
we'll have a better idea.
I mean, here's the deal. I mean, if you see that, and I even said if it's not a tornado, then we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I'm gonna download the archive real quick, so I could do that real fast.
Yeah. While Dan's doing that, we could talk about Mega Doppler real quick. Well, you got Mega Doppler right now. So
yeah. Let me get Mega Doppler.
yeah, I'm gonna go back here to weather 1. Let's just take a look at the radar real quick. At this time, we officially have no severe thunderstorm warnings.
Yeah.
So the severe the risk is pretty much dropped off, winding down. There's a flash flood warning that remains in effect for Benton County, Northern Washington, Adair, and Delaware County. That goes until 7:45 a.m. A lot of the times, though, these flash flood warnings go on for a long time because flooding can remain in place even after the storms have passed. And guess what? We've got more rain coming up later on today. Some stronger storms moving through portions of Boone County, Newton County as well, northwest of Jasper. All those storms moving north and east. But again, these storms are well below severe limits. The cold front is pushing in. These storms in the river valley are encountering this outflow boundary, which means they will tend to be outflow dominant. And these storms should struggle to become severe, I think, along the I-40 corridor through this morning.
Time to add another one to the archive here.
How many do we got in the archive?
Oh,
We got maybe hundreds.
That was April 19th.
Yes. So, again, the severe weather threat is winding down. If you're worried about severe weather, if you're still on here, maybe you're just joining as well, and you're worried about severe weather potential, it is done in Benton and Washington County. It's done in Carroll County, Madison County, Newton, Boone County. It's pretty much winding down there as well. Really, pretty much the entire weather coverage area, the severe weather risk is winding down. So if you live in Benton and Washington County areas along and north of the Bobby Opportunity, you can go to bed. If you want to go to bed, if you're still up because and they just dropped the flash flood warning. So now we have no flash flood warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings in effect.
Yep.
So, oh wait, well, they didn't drop off the flash flood. You just loaded up the radar, that's why.
Yeah. It might be gone. No, it's still there.
Why would they? Yeah, I mean, like they just issued it like an hour ago.
Yeah, it's going to stay.
It's going to stay in place. My goodness.
Early.
You're getting me. You're playing tricks on me.
This storm was different.
It's different. That was a good smack.
All right.
Smackaroo.
Loading it up. Stand by.
All right. This is archive radar, by the way. This is not live.
All right. So first of all, there's three things that you're going to see. Number one, you've got a balanced UDCZ. So the there's archive radar data, not live. And in fact, just go ahead and take the Mega Doppler banner off of there. Yeah.
There we go. That's better to have off.
Archive radar, not live. Just wait. So here's the circulation that's showing up. This is called a descending reflectivity core, and it's done from the rear inflow jet. And as that comes in, that causes a line surge on the bow. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a two-panel here. We're going to do velocity, storm relative velocity. We're going to set it storm motion from the warning.
Man.
So I'll go back a little bit more, and this is what I didn't like, is this wrapping around right here. That wrapping around right there shows that you've got a mesocyclone. If it was just elongated without it being wrapped around, fine, no problem. But watch what happens as it starts. This is still broad. This is not, but it's showing rotation potential. But now watch as that descending reflectivity core starts to take over. Now you've got a little bit more showing up, and see how it enhances too? Mm-hmm. That enhancement is an indication that the inflow is increasing. And now you've got a little bit more of a tighter clustering.
What's NROT look like at this point?
Yeah, good point. What is NROT's right there? So it definitely shows up.
Yes. But
still not tornadoing. But watch what happens when it gets to this point. Now,
cycling.
At this point, it's cycling, and it's encountering that 0 to 3 kilometer cape. There's the descending reflectivity core. There's the velocity. You can take the camera off the screen. Yeah. We're taking up way too much room. Oh, yeah. Make sure you add those back, though.
I will. Yes.
Forget that.
Yes.
But anyways, there's the circulation. Now, watch how that's becoming more tight. See right here?
Mm-hmm.
Becoming a little more tight. And it is co-located with the reflectivity. And if we look at the normalized rotation, that's also increasing.
Yep.
So now, we're moving along. Still there, but you're about to see it tighten up even more. Now, at this point, we've got a surge here, a reflectivity nub. These are all nudgers and confidence builders. You know the ingredients are there. Mm-hmm. And now you're about to see it becoming tighter right here. This is where that circulation starts tightening up, right at the hook, the reflectivity nub of that. And remember, you're still high up, but this is a stronger circulation. We look at the normalized, and you can see it's definitely showing up. Probably not on the ground at this point, but spinning. And then that's where I was like, okay, right here, it starts to tighten up. And you got nearly 70, what is it? Nearly 100 knots, gate to get 100 miles per hour, gate to gate. And then look at that. That really tightens up there.
Did we look at PTDS?
It doesn't have it. No, there's no CC drop.
Makes sense because if it was brief, then it's not going to go off to brief.
But that right there.
Oh, yeah.
That's classic.
And my goodness.
That's it.
Absolutely.
The normalized doesn't really show up very well because it's not super deep. It's not a super deep circulation, but it's got typical, all the indications.
Typical with the QLCS.
And look at the descending reflectivity core behind it.
Very persistent.
And that's what we were even saying.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so going back to this.
Those nudgers and confidence boosters.
And then right there.
Come
on.
It's where the damage was.
Yeah.
I mean, it's right there.
It's right there.
That's where your tornado would be. Right there.
That looks too suspicious.
Yeah.
And that's in the Tawny Town area, and then it passes north, and that's where all the damage was. There's Harbor Meadows.
Mm-hmm.
So that circulation's going through Harbor Meadows. There's the power line snap, possible tornado.
Thank goodness, right by the high school.
I mean, it's right there, and I think it lifted. I think it's still on the ground at this point. There's got to be some sporadic damage.
Maybe it was one of those kind of ones that kind of skid across the ground. Those brown skidders, like it goes. Maybe lifts.
And look, there's more right,
Right.
there. That's inflow.
Yeah.
That's strong.
Very
inflow,
strong
too.
inflow.
It's near 60 knots, 60 miles per hour. Bro?
What location?
Don't worry about it. This is archive. Everything's dying.
This is earlier.
We're looking at this earlier.
Mhm.
And then I thought it was still on the ground there potentially because I was seeing more power flashes.
I mean,
which I didn't even show that
that's
on the stream.
You know, we did have that big, pretty significant accident. I wonder if this could have caused that.
Oh, maybe.
I mean, because that accident was there for a while.
TVS
Makes sense.
I just don't understand the lack of reports. It's weird. I mean, it is early in the morning. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the lack of structural damage probably is the reason why.
So, anyways, that's that. And right now, everything's kind of winding down. If we look here, this is going back to the live radar here shortly. There you go.
Yeah.
So that's it. I think these storms are dying. Everybody can go to bed.
Yeah.
Including us.
You
So,
can?
well, I think so. Because I think there'll be some other storms. Zach already recorded it.
Oh, so you did?
Yeah,
I was wondering about that.
He did. He recorded it, and he also has the app update. So maybe there'll be a break for the Jackrabbit 5K.
Fingers crossed.
If you want to know what a QLCS is, go back to the stream in the beginning, pretty much close to the beginning we were talking about it.
Right off the bat.
But it stands for quasi-linear convective system. So it's not a true solid squall line. It's kind of like a broken line.
Mhm.
And that definitely had QLCS tornado written all over it. I mean, that circulation was there. We'll see if it was. I don't know.
There was damage.
Yep.
So, and there was power flashes.
All righty, guys. Well, thank you so much for joining, man. Golly, we still have 6,000 people.
I mean, this is just
Y'all are loving this stuff.
They're picking up what you're putting down at Baja Blast.
No, I haven't put it down yet.
He's not putting it down either.
But well, thank you so much. Appreciate each and every one of you guys for watching and for the stream. Watching our coverage. So
Shout out Zach Gilday.
Yeah,
earlier.
Zach Gilday.
And he'll be here this afternoon too.
And we'll be here. We'll watch the storm.
Mhm.
Sunday looks pretty serious. We'll continue to watch that. And so we'll see if it's a tornado. If it wasn't, I can't fault myself for saying
No.
it was on the ground.
Absolutely.
There's something that looked just like it.
When you see a visual like that with a radar image like that, you have to err on the side of caution. And I agree, honestly.
Yeah. Same here. All right, guys. Well, thanks for watching.
Yes, sir.
God bless.
Yes.
Have a good Easter weekend. We'll be here for you when those storms get nasty. Get spicy.
Spicy. Chicken jockey.
Oh, boy. We'll leave it on that. Bye.